Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here in the Sabi Sands. When a nest of large fungus-growing termites, or the macrotermites, is disturbed, the soldiers will all tap their jaws against the ground, and the sound vibrates throughout the termite mound and puts everybody on high alert. My insect fact of the day. Incredible little insects that play such an important part of our ecosystem. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Kelly. With me this afternoon on camera, we've got Eckhart. Sounds like everyone had a fantastic afternoon over at Penguin Beach with some feisty little penguins over there. Quick reminder to everyone that we are doing a fireside chat this evening from 6:30 South African time. Please do join us. We're very excited to have you here with us this afternoon. A full hour earlier this afternoon, but we will still be with you for the whole of drive. We're here on quarantine, just having a look at some impalas who seem to have been joined by some oxpeckers up here. Grooming impalas have slightly loosened bottom teeth, and they use that like a comb to run through their coats. We're really looking forward to having everyone with us on Drive this afternoon. Please do send through your questions. We love to hear them. Please send them through #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, please send us a mail to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv, or you can register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the channel page and you can submit your questions there. I actually had a question last night that I did not know the answer to. I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name. I checked. The question was, do chameleons blink? My response was, I know geckos don't, but I'm not sure about chameleons. I think they might do, because I was watching one and I thought I saw it blink. And chameleons do blink. They have a nictating membrane, so it's not quite an eyelid. It sort of slides from inside underneath their eye. So geckos don't blink, but chameleons do. So this is why we like your questions. I enjoy doing my homework after every drive. So please, we look forward to hearing everything you have to ask us. Dickie, thank you. Yes, me too, me too. It's really nice to see the big, the small, and everything in between here. We're always super excited to come out. I was obsessed with the spider webs this morning. I was with Craig this morning, and every spider web I drove by, they went, oh, look at this one. Oh, look, this is a different one with that dew on those spider webs. Oh, absolutely beautiful. It is quite warm this afternoon. These impalas are still hanging around here in the shade, keeping nice and cool. All up here on quarantine. Alrighty, let's get going. I have no idea what the afternoon is going to bring, but we shall find out. We have decided to keep the rain roof on this afternoon. Weathermen tell fibs. Some reports said we might get thunder a bit later. There's a dark cloud behind us a bit. I'm not so sure, but better to be safe than sorry, I think. heading south down Philemon's Dip, and I'm going to send you across to see what the weather is doing officially.
Good afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Providence. And it is quite a warm and cloudy afternoon, and after yesterday's rain and combined with all the heat, there's a lot of humidity, and for the moment we decided it's best that it stay cool and wait for the animals to actually come towards the dam. So we're hoping that we are going to fortunately get some elephants as well as some buffalo very soon. Let's see, and we'll see what happens and what pops in. At the moment, there's just a fork-tailed drongo that was flying low over the water. Unfortunately, he's not made his way off. And he's continuously doing this. Hopefully, we'll see him again, dipping into the water to come and get little drinks. Most of the birds that we do see, they will fly towards the edge of the water. However, there's a number of them that will simply just dive down to the water and drink as they drop down. Let's see what else we can spot. There's also a number of terrapins on the opposite side of a dam on the little island. There's a few incredibly big ones. When it does come to the size, when it comes to serrated hinge terrapins, they definitely must be females, as the males are considerably smaller compared to that of the males. And they've got the ability to get up to some 11 kilograms in weight, which is pretty big for a terrapin. As far as I remember, it's one of South Africa's largest terrapin species when it comes to weight as well as size. Quite a few times have I already tried to actually sneak up to terrapins to try and get a better photo of them. But they're incredibly keen-sighted, and it's very, very difficult to actually sneak up to them. I reckon between themselves and crocodiles, they've got incredibly good eyesight. They too, it's for them also very tricky to sneak up to a crocodile and try and get a decent photo of them. I assume that when it does come to eyesight with terrapins, it's to detect potential threats, and you'll notice that their heads often pop out of the water and look upwards. And it's the same with crocodiles, as that they don't need their eyesight underneath water. Everything is located on means of touch.
Over the past year, many WildEarth explorers have won life-changing travel prizes.
Today, I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Maritaba. Oh, I can't believe it.
I am most excited to meet some of the guides.
The animals, the birds, and everything else it has to offer. We can't wait to go.
I would love to take my little grandson up with me on this experience to Funda.
WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to visit.
Thank you very much for this amazing prize, WildEarth.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and you will be entered into a monthly draw which could see you jetting off to a dream location in 2022. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Spinning around in outer space, our planet gives life to the human race. Every day when WildEarth is out on drive, we see our Earth's beauty, we see her alive. We need our planet, that is true, but our planet needs us too. WildEarth will be celebrating Earth Day on the 22nd of April with a special safari live show.
Right, so Mareeps has found himself a puff adder that he's busy playing with, which is dangerous. I've seen leopards die from puff adder bites. I think he got hit on the paw. So he's obviously taken snakes on before. But at what cost, Mareeps?
I would like to think that this was maybe one of the smaller grass lilies, but I don't actually know. But look at the detail, lovely. Such delicate little flowers. Of course, the flowers we're seeing fewer and fewer flowers now as we're coming into winter. I'm going to try and find out what this is, but it's huge. It's really, really tall. I'm going to just reverse back so you can see how tall this is. I'm sure it's probably taller than me. Like how it stands up in the middle there. Yeah, this is probably much taller than I am. Ha! Beautiful little flower. Ha! We are still seeing a few of a few little flowers, but as we're coming into the dry season, we're seeing less and less. And every summer I get excited about the flowers, and then they turn and I practice them and I learn them, and then the cooler, drier winter months come around. Oh, I know what I wanted to check. Sorry. I drove here the other day and there's a hole in this bank over here. Just get a gap through the tree. I drove past here a few days ago, so if you push in there, just in that sandy riverbank there, just right a little bit, there we go. I wanted to have a look at this hole because I wanted to check and see if it wasn't maybe being used by anything. And I think this actually looks different to it did the other day. I do think there's something living in here. You can see I remember it was flatter than this at the front, at the entrance, and it looks like something has been kicking up dirt here. I would say it's more likely to be warthog. Of course, we've had some fantastic sightings at our Hyena Den. I know Ben had. Oh, what a stunning sighting yesterday. I was jealous. I actually watched that back. Amazing to watch those little hyenas falling and stumbling. Very, very nice sighting. But there could be a warthog that's maybe started using this. I think Ben saw some aardvark tracks this morning. Could be aardvark that's using this during the day. Of course, maybe not my porcupine. I keep calling it my porcupine. The porcupine. We're not far from where we saw that porcupine. Maybe this is an alternative holiday home. Who knows? But I do like to try and keep an eye on little changes in the area like this. But it does look like this has been utilised. I will keep an eye on it. Maybe one day we will get lucky. Nadia, are termites the only ones that build mounds? Great big mounds. Let me think. Yes. So the large fungus growers build the big tall ones with the chimneys that we see quite a lot that are very obvious. There's also the small fungus growers. They build more sort of shorter, more rounded mounds. I'm just trying to think. No, there's nothing else that builds mounds. So if you see a big bump or a mound, certainly in this area, it's going to be termites. I'm just trying to think if there is anything else. Oh, insects just fascinate me. There's so many different insects to learn about, the way they build shelter. You've got your bagworms that surround themselves with sticks. I was actually reading about some beetles the other day that have got specialized digging feet that allow them to dig into sand. And they dig into sand when it's cool at night and the particles are moist, sand particles are moist, they stick together. It's more desert areas. And then during the day when the sand particles break up, well not break up, they split, the moisture goes, then it collapses in and it keeps them sealed in there, safe for the day. Insects, they fascinate me, but there's so much to learn. Okay, I'm going to carry on and I'm going to send you over to Tessa, who I think might have a very special guest with her this afternoon.
Oh, thank you so much, Kelly. Good afternoon, everyone. Kelly is indeed correct. I have got a special guest, and we have started our afternoon on a very hot day, looking at a beautiful golden orb web spider. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari for the afternoon. Behind the camera is Craig, and to introduce our very special guest, this is our ticket to dream holder, Fatima. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Hello, everybody.
So Fatima is with us for the afternoon, and we're looking for Tlalamba and the cubs, and we are wanting to have a wonderful afternoon looking for hyenas as well.
Yeah.
But Fatima wanted to say a little hello to her family.
Yes. Hello my babies. Asia, Zaid, Khadija, Amira, Hamza, Yusuf, and Noura. I love you. I love you guys.
Oh. So Fatima was just telling me about her family. She's got 7 beautiful grandchildren, and of course she is so proud of them. So hello, welcome. Thank you for letting her come with us on safari today. And of course, we've got a great afternoon planned, starting with our golden orb web spider. So she is quite a large spider. She's probably 3/4 of the size of my hand. I would say she's bigger than my palm. And of course, with this beautiful bright light, you can see those lovely yellow markings all over her body. And she's just hanging out. That's what she's decided to do in the heat of the day, staying in her web, hoping for some food. Now there is a beautiful light breeze coming through. It's saving us, giving us a bit of respite from the heat. But of course we have also got a storm building, so I'm sure the spider is going to be getting a few insects caught in that web with the buildup of the low pressure cell from a thunderstorm. The insects are going to be flushing out of the grass, and hopefully they'll fly through that big funnel that she's built. This web is very big. It spans right from the top of the tree right the way down to the opposite edge of the grass. It's probably 2 meters wide in a diagonal shape. It spans that entire gap that you can see. And she is a particularly gorgeous golden orb web spider. She is one of the biggest that I've seen. So what I can see in this light is that all of that gold is being accentuated. So in the middle where she's hanging, you can see those little bits and bobs hanging above her. These are from previous kills. Nate, yes, she is massive. She's a particularly big golden orb web spider, I must be honest. One of the largest that I've seen. especially this season. We've been seeing a lot of smaller ones and a lot less than usual, but I'm happy that they're out and about again and in force. It's coming to the end of the season, so we are seeing a few of the bigger ones, and very soon we won't see any more at all. But also, if you have a look, I don't know if Craig will be able to get it, but the golden thread, the golden part of the web, spans across the top there diagonally. How beautiful is that in this light? Very fine golden silk, but so strong. And that's where the golden orb web spider gets its name from, that gorgeous golden thread. Now, in this particular gap, this spider will have to be careful of things like elephants. They should be able to smell the spider, but I suppose if they're not concentrating, they might walk through it, and that might cause a bit of an issue. But she doesn't look very concerned with much today. It's nice and hot, which means she can be more active if she wants to. Insects and arachnids are very dependent on the weather. But she looks like she's not bothered at all. She's just happy to be blowing there in the breeze. Now, I do also want to show you the sky. No, male golden orb web spiders will hang in the nests of females or in the webs of females. There is one that you can see at the top there. Very massive size difference between the females and the males. There is no need for them to build a big web like this because they can go fairly undetected living on a female's web. And all they're here for is to try and mate with the female, and then they try and leave very quickly so she doesn't eat them. That's kind of the main part. There's two there, you can see one above the other. And so they are pretty much just waiting for an opportunity. They will compete with each other, but they don't want to get too close because she works off of vibration. So if they move, she might accidentally come and eat them instead of an insect. But I'm sure that with the big thunderstorm coming tonight, these spiders might have to move a little bit further from this web, maybe up to where it's attached to the trees, just because the raindrops might be quite heavy and it might be quite severe weather coming our way. Some very big clouds building up. It's strange because when we got ready this afternoon, there were no clouds in the sky, and all of a sudden they have built up on the horizon and have started blowing closer. Look at those clouds. Lisa, thank you so much for the message for Fatima. She says, hold on tight for your bumble and welcome. Thank you. I think we're going to have a great time, Lisa. Thank you so much. I think we've got a pretty good afternoon planned. Fatima's already been very lucky. She's seen the Talamati Pride. She's seen Maribs twice. Yep. And she saw Tandi, Langa and Maribs in the same sighting last night. So she's been very lucky. But we haven't seen hyenas yet. And of course, we'll be looking for some more elephants. And hopefully some new leopards that Fatima hasn't actually met yet. So we are aiming for tlalamba and cubs to start with our afternoon. So while we let this spider continue hanging on her web, she doesn't look like she's going anywhere just yet, I'm going to head off. We are very close to Guari Pan. We're on Central Road at the moment, heading towards the junction. So just around the corner. Hopefully that means that tlalamba has not moved in the heat of the day. Fingers crossed. Wish us luck. We'll see what happens.
At WildEarth, our explorers are treated to a weekly newsletter, bursting with fascinating features and never-seen-before snippets. Recently, we have added some brand new sections which we think you will love. Find out what happens behind the scenes with our crew when they are not live on WildEarth. Have a giggle at our moments of the week from both Safari and Penguin Beach. And Ranger Eric answers your questions with fascinating and in-depth explanations as to the whys and hows of nature.
Wild dogs coming out of, or the puppies coming out of the den site making those very high-pitched noises.
All of this and more delivered to your inbox every week. So what are you waiting for? Head over to our website, sign up to be an explorer, and join the adventure. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
I think there's just so many wonderful things about elephants, and because they've got large space requirements, when you're conserving elephants, you're automatically conserving all the other smaller species that share the landscape with it. In 1996, my mother and I started drawing individual elephant ear patterns, so that's the margin of the ears.
Elephants Alive is a South African-based NGO that conducts research on elephants and works where elephants go. Elephants have taken us from South Africa to Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Eswatini as they forge vital corridors connecting protected areas at landscape level.
We've been going for 25 years, collaring elephants, developing individual elephant IDs, and we've also got a really big project where we protect large trees from elephant impact. And then we've also got various community outreach.
Our aim is to ensure the survival of elephants and their habitats and to promote harmonious coexistence between elephants and people.
But I think that's him. I think that's the one in must. Okay, this is getting serious now. I knew there was going to be trouble. Too many bulls and must over one herd.
Very typical birding timing. Ben will know exactly what I am talking about. And that is because every time we find a bird, it seems to fly away. But you can hear them in the background. Have a listen. Very distinct call of the magpie shrike. There must be at least 5 or 6, there it's just landed above us, at least 5 or 6 different birds calling, but the magpie shrikes are the most prominent. Have a look at that. I get so excited when they decide to come back. So this is quite a special bird species to me because it was a very special bird when I started my guiding career at Ngala. Magpie shrikes were one of the very special birds that we looked for with every set of guests because they're so gorgeous. Unfortunately, it's sitting facing away from us, so you can't really see it nicely, but it's got that long streaming tail and the little patch of white on the wing. I just want to have a listen in case the others start calling again. It looks like it's balancing quite a bit there. The wind is picking up. And of course now they've stopped calling as well. The birds are really playing ball today. I have a feeling they are going to start again. Unfortunately, I can't tell if this is a male or a female. All I can tell you is that it's a magpie shrike. There's not much of a difference. And I have just seen a hornbill land, which is something that Fatima wanted to see. It's on the very little short stick branch there. You can see it. If you want to have a look with binoculars, you can. So Fatima was asking me about southern red-billed hornbills, red-billed oxpeckers. And this is, looks like, yes, it's a red-billed hornbill. We're in a bird party spot. Well, there is a yellow-billed as well, but it's further in the distance. Definitely looking for food. Have a look at how it's moving its head. Maya, I think everyone can be camera shy at times, especially the birds at the best of times. Oh, wow. I think it heard that comment and hopped up onto the open branch. It really is an absolutely gorgeous species. Very likely looking, down into the grass, looking for some insects. Let's see if it comes back up with a kill. Oh, and a magpie shrike's just landed on the same branch. What is happening? I haven't seen the hornbill pop back up yet, but let's wait and see what happens. See, now Ben can be proud of me. I finally got some good views of birds. A little spot of birding. I wonder what they're seeing below there. So often what happens with these big storm cells building up is we have that flush of insects that I was talking about with the golden orb-web spider, where they start coming out of the grass and moving around before the storm hits, getting to where they want to go. Oh my goodness. Greg, for particularly the magpie shrikes, they will have slightly varied calls, but no, they don't have varied meanings necessarily, other than a distinct alarm call, which is just a bit higher pitched, and instead of the beautiful melodic tone, it's more of a two-tone. But other than that, they just call to contact each other. They call to be territorial when they're in one place. Because they tend to move in groups, they don't necessarily move in pairs. Oh wow, this one is busy digging at something in the tree. Sorry, I got distracted. Just above us, there's one digging in the bark. It's actually... but yes, they move in groups, so they want to be able to contact each other when they're moving. And so they'll call to show each other where they are, like a contact call that you would find in a wild dog. We have found such an active little hotspot here. Camera shy. Let's see if it comes back out. So there was also a little bit of an interaction that we glimpsed there previously with the two magpie shrikes and that hornbill finally coming up out of the grass, but it seems that the magpie shrikes ganged up on the hornbill and the hornbill has left. Now I can see a magpie shrike that's just landed on the top left again. It seems that everybody is bouncing around. We're playing musical bird perch today. Really is quite a gorgeous bird. I love that tail blowing in the wind. Brenda, to an extent, yes, they will. So they might understand to a varying degree when you're talking about the normal contact calls that birds have, but the one call that every other bird should understand is any other bird's alarm call. They're immediately attracted to it, and they're immediately more aware when you hear an alarm call. And it's, in fact, the very same reflex that we have in our bodies. It's an instinct. In the bush, if we hear an alarm call, it immediately pricks our ears, and so we start looking around. So that is one thing that most animals should understand about every other animal, is the alarm call. When it comes to maybe the more delicate calls when they're courting each other or anything like that, how much they understand, I can't tell you, because it would be very difficult to measure how much a magpie shrike understands about a hornbill's call, other than that they know it's there, and it's probably not the best idea to compete unless they have the manpower, or the bird power, I should say. So it's quite tough to answer that question, but to an extent they absolutely do, because they all have to understand each other's alarm calls. It's what keeps the system going and what keeps everybody safe. Okay, it sounds like the bird party over here is starting to move towards the junction with Drakensberg, so I'm going to head that way and see if we can find some more. But in the meantime, I will send you over to Kelly, who's on a bumble.
Talking about those bird calls, Tess, I just saw a lovely African paradise flycatcher. By the time I stopped, I said to Eckhart, oh, it's not going to stay there. And by the time I'd rolled back, because it had gone. Very distinctive call, these African paradise flycatchers. Wonder if Tess is going to give us a bird quiz this afternoon. I'm on Gary, Maine. I'm just trying to decide which road to check. I haven't been on Djuma for a while, because I think that's where I had my hairy field spider the other night, and I've been worried that there's still going to be a web there, and I'm going to drive through it. But I think I might go and check, maybe around Djuma Savage's track area. We know from last night that at least 3 of our leopards are down there towards Chitwa. Actually, I think they crossed out. So I'm not sure who we might bump into this side, but you never know. Happy Mother's Day to anyone watching from the UK. Always falls on a Sunday, so anyone out there, I know South Africa and the UK have different Mother's Days, so happy Mother's Day to anyone there in the UK. Which tells me it's probably Sunday. I've got no idea what day it is normally. Billy, we always find something, big or small, but yes, the weather is really pleasant this afternoon. There are some lovely fluffy clouds, just taking the heat out of that sun. Don't bother turning, Eckhart. I'm fairly sure it's a pile of leaves, but piles of leaves can look like spots, and it's a log, as expected. Always go back and check though, and it's really important that everyone watching, if you pick up something that we miss, I've seen a couple of clips where we've been looking at the ground or looking left and something's happened over to the right of us. So I always say to my guests, if you see something I miss, you're welcome to stop me. I did actually see buffalo tracks not far from camp yesterday afternoon. We did see that single lone buffalo at Sydney's dam yesterday, but maybe with the change of seasons we will see some more buffalo here in Djuma. It's really interesting. With this change of seasons, the grass is dying back. The bushes are starting to not be quite as thick anymore, and I'm starting to notice things I haven't noticed before. Often when you drive on a property, you get used to things that catch your eye, and you know that, oh, there's this rock on this road or whatever. And I just did a double take at a big termite mound back there that I've never noticed before. And I'm sure it's because this grass, this vegetation is starting to die back now. There's some areas, it almost looks like they've, been burnt or something, but it's just where this vegetation is starting to die back now so quickly in the winter. And it's going to keep changing, and it's going to keep changing quickly. All of these grasses, these forbs, they're going to start, I don't like the word dying. It's not the right word. They're going to start repositioning their energy resources into their roots so they can grow again the following season.
Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is upon us. An event like no other, where guides from across the country join together to learn, share experiences, show off their skills, and tell tales of the wild. But it's not all fun and games in the African bush. This is a competition to see who is the very best of the best in the guiding world. If you are a qualified safari guide and have what it takes to go up against your peers, download the nomination form from the FAGASA website and send it to md@fagasa.org.za by the 31st of March 2022. Dream it, guide it, win it. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is among Southern Africa's largest and most established non-governmental conservation organizations. Our strategic vision centers on saving species, conserving habitats, and benefiting people. In 2021, the EWT secured habitats, reintroduced African wild dogs and cheetahs into reserves across Southern Africa, and created vulture-safe zones to reduce major threats to vultures, such as poisoning and electrocution. On the 3rd of March 2022, we celebrate World Wildlife Day under the theme Recovering Key Species from Ecosystem Restoration. Standing strong alongside our partners, donors, supporters and friends, the EWT staff have achieved remarkable gains for conservation. Thank you for helping us protect forever together.
Myself and Sebastian were looking for the Birmingham Pride sub-adults, and we just found them stealing a hoisted baby impala carcass out of a tree. This is incredible. It's the first time I've seen one of these youngsters. Whoa! Quite a good chunk there. Nearly fell out doing it. She might fall backwards. She's actually lowering herself down the tree. It's the first time I've seen a lion do that in person. We have gotten lucky, it seems. The lovely Miss Tlalamba is resting in the shade of this round-leaf teak at the base of the marula tree, where her kill is still hanging. Now, we've been sitting here for maybe 1 minute, not even, and we have not yet seen the cubs. So I think they might be hiding somewhere in the shade and the thickets. But have a look at how well camouflaged she is in that little spot. From a distance, you can't even see her. In fact, we nearly missed her when we pulled up. So I just want to have a little listen. I want to watch for a bit before we move anywhere else. And of course, allow myself and Fatima a little bit of time to just soak in the fact that we're sitting with Tlalamba. Of course, Fatima's been following Tlalamba's journey since the cubs were born, and even before. So she looks as though she's quite hot. She's panting heavily, and I'm sure she's eaten quite a lot of meat. And I definitely don't blame her for choosing a nice shady thick spot to lie down in the grass. Now we are having a little scan with the naked eye just in the immediate surrounds, looking for the cubs, but we haven't noticed any yet. Cat lover, I hope we see the cubs as well. I've not seen them since the 5 leopards in one tree debacle, which was quite fascinating to watch, I must say. But yes, I would love to see the cubs. We are starting to fry in the heat, so I can only imagine with a big belly full of red meat, even in the shade, she must be feeling quite similar. And I'm sure the cubs are feeling the same, which is maybe why they're not right here. Maybe they're further back in the thickets. Now, of course, it is only 3:15 in the afternoon here in South Africa, so it is still hot. I think it's going to be at least another hour and a half before it actually starts cooling off. For now, we might be increasing in heat. And with the storm coming in, it's a bit more humid too. So that certainly doesn't help situations, but Tlalamba looks like she's got it sorted. Shady spot, heavy panting. And Biffleshoek Dam is close by if she needs to go and grab a drink at some point. Because of where she's lying right next to the track that was used this morning. I've got to be quite careful when I reposition. Justin, yes, I believe it is the same kill from last night. It's an impala hanging in the marula tree in the same spot. So I would think so. There seems to be a bit left. We'll try and get a view of the carcass for you. At the moment, it is perfectly behind the main stem of the marula tree, so we can't see it. But we are going to reposition and see if we can find ourselves a shady spot, but also get a glimpse of the cubs and the carcass. They're definitely not up in the tree, I can tell you that much. We have scanned the tree. Would be quite funny if we were watching Tlalamba here on the ground and the cubs were in the tree and we hadn't noticed. Wouldn't be the first time, I'm sure, but much more likely to happen in summer when the trees have got much thicker canopies. She must be loving that breeze. I feel like she's got more of a breeze there than we have 5 meters away from her for some reason. I can't feel the wind at all. Birdwatcher, wow, I actually did not know. I'm so sorry. Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers in the UK, and absolutely we are looking at an incredible mother on Mother's Day. So I'm glad that we could share that with you. She's proven to be an exceptional mom with this litter. I've been very impressed. She seems to be 3 steps ahead always and very intuitive. Protective and fierce, but soft and playful at the same time. Perfect combination. I think what I'm going to try and do is do my best to reposition without startling her. I don't want her to feel the need to move, so I might have to find a different way in. I also want to be very careful of where the cubs are. Because the grass is so long, we saw impalas just now that we didn't notice until their heads moved, because the grass is so long still. And of course this recent bout of rain has really helped that. It's super green here. So we're going to have to see what happens. Oh, we've just gotten some shade. The clouds came over. Look at how much better you can see her now. Isn't that amazing? So this is a fantastic demonstration of why leopards prefer to hunt at night or when they can use the shade. Because when they've got shade, their coats don't catch the light. Now that there's less light, her coat is much more noticeable. But I'm going to reposition. Let's see if we can get a nice view on her and hopefully the cubs. And it sounds like Kelly has made her way towards a dam, so let's go have a look what she's got.
Thank you, Tessa. I have snuck down to the lapwings. I've only been down here once, and I just got a brief visual of. It was a little bit chilly when I came down, and there was just the one little one left tucking itself underneath the adult. But they're literally on the other side of the dam, and I just said, I can't see them. Eckhart said, they're there. So he's, oh, have you got another one? I can barely see the adult. They're literally on the other side of the dam there, so great work finding them. Okay, so we're up to lapwing 2. I'm still trying to see these tiny little babies. Oh, at the water's edge there. Oh, well done. Oh, careful, little one, down there by the water. Oh, they're so cute. They're growing so quickly. These little ground birds, when they're this age, they're called runners because they've got such long legs and they're so quick. This little guy is just picking along the shoreline of the dam here. Randy, yes, yay! The Lap family indeed. I've been meaning to come down here for a little while now, and I keep getting sidetracked. I do get terribly sidetracked in the bush. This morning was spider webs. Tomorrow it might be bugs or birds. I'm normally very prompt with everything until I get into the bush, and then all timings go out the window. Oh, is that a terrapin there? Just, goes straight towards this lapwing. See that little head sticking out. We all had a long conversation the other day about whether or not a terrapin would take one of these babies, and I think we pretty much concluded that there's two. There's three. We pretty much concluded that they would. None of us had actually seen, there's lots of them. None of us had seen it happen before. But we decided that they probably would, given the chance, if it was a big terrapin. Have you got the third on there? I can't. I can't get in that close. Bane, it would run. They've got no defences at this size, this age. They're called runners, and I think that is the only thing that it would be able to use. Mum or Dad would also peck and fly and dive bomb a terrapin as they often do. I know we've spoken about, if these lapwings are on golf courses and things, they're actually quite aggressive. They're quite territorial. But these little tiny chicks, they're quick. Not that I would dream of trying. But I don't think, it would be very entertaining to watch. I don't think a human would catch these chicks running. They're very, very quick. I'm going to stay here and carry on watching our little lapwing family for a little bit longer.
Winter is coming. The plentiful lushness of summer will start to give way to a dry and dusty land. What does this mean for our WildEarth characters? As resources begin to dwindle, for predators it will become a time of plenty. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Tessa and Ben for an exclusive and interactive fireside chat on the 27th of March straight after the Sunset Safari. They will be giving their insights into the drama that this dry season could bring. Pangolin, known as the respected, wise old man of the African bush, is said to be a symbol of good luck and the bringer of rain. 8 species of pangolins are found worldwide, of which 4 occur in Africa. This mysterious creature is now the most poached animal on our planet. The African Pangolin Working Group will strive towards the conservation and protection of the African pangolin species and the habitat they live in. The African Pangolin Working Group has been mandated by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment to assist and support the the retrieval, release process, and the research of pangolins in South Africa. Each rescued pangolin is assessed, treated, and rehabilitated by an experienced team of veterinarians and rehabilitation specialists. We can ensure the survival of the species. Together, we can make a difference.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.
Identifying individual African penguins can be extremely challenging because at first glance, they all look the same. Identifying Duo, an African penguin with a double breastband, was extremely exciting for me. Less than 5% of the African penguin population has this unique variation in plumage. And I can't wait to share Duo's life with everyone on WildEarth.
Welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a dung beetle that is pushing a dung ball. And between myself and Mpho, we were discussing how admirable it is and how dedicated they are and the cause of pushing this ball up a hill and how they don't stop. And what I do find particularly interesting is that they're actually pushing it uphill at the moment. And I always find it interesting how they're so dedicated that they will never almost abandon these dung balls. And it's maybe once or twice that I've actually seen them, and they'll continue and continue and continue to push that ball, even if it's in a little depression where they have to push it out. And they'll try over and over until it's pushed out, and eventually they'll push it into the direction of where the hole is, which they have already dug. We do find that they will actually use the orientation, a number of different orientation methods, which will include both sun as well as stars. And then also they will use both moonlight and the Milky Way to orientate themselves to that hole. And the reason why they do that is twofold. One is for feeding purposes, and the other is also for the purpose of creating brood balls where egg will be laid inside. And then from there they will inject a chemical into that ball which will harden the outer layer and keep the inner moist. What we do find then is that that will provide the necessary food for the young dung beetle to develop from. We've actually seen a few more of them here, but it's now also started creating balls over here. And we can see how this dung pile is almost appearing to be alive as if they are making balls. Good afternoon, Sphere, and welcome to the show. Yes, they do show a specific interest for a specific type of dung, and we also generally find that it need to have a certain consistency in terms of liquid consistency as well, and to produce that. We also sometimes find that certain species of dung beetles don't only feed on dung and lay the eggs inside there. Some species have also even been recorded to use millipedes that has died and lay the eggs inside there. Recently, I also watched something interesting, and that was actually a dung beetle creating a ball from hair which has been regurgitated by a hyena. I assume that the little ball was eventually abandoned because it absolutely has no nutritional value for a young dung beetle to start developing in there from an egg, as keratin is a dead substance that has no nutritional value. Well, we're just going to watch our dung beetle a little bit longer and see what it gets up to. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Tessa is doing.
We have repositioned, oh, big yawn. Wow. We have repositioned just a little bit. The lovely Miss Tlalamba is having the best cat snooze afternoon. She's been rolling over. You can see she's getting hot. And she's just enjoying the fact that the clouds are so thick now that there's no more direct sun. So she's relaxing a bit more and she can stretch a bit more. She's not confined to the shade. But have a look in that patch there. You can see the grass has been flattened all around her. So she's probably been lying here all day, relaxing and trying to let her body digest all of that red meat. It's been a very busy afternoon for her digestive system. Red meat is very tough to get through. So it raises the body temperature, and I'm sure she's as grateful as we are for the breeze and the cloud cover. I did just want to show you, and if you are sensitive, fair warning, the carcass is coming up, so this is not for sensitive viewers, but we just wanted to show you what is left of the carcass in the tree, now that we have got a view of it. There is not much left other than, it seems, the back legs. It looks as though Tlalamba and the cubs have eaten majority of the rib cage, whatever entrails were still left inside, so the internal organs. And it looks like possibly even the front legs. I can't see them unless they're dangling out the back somewhere. So they've done a very good job on that carcass. You can see even the face has been fed on a little bit. Looks like possibly even one of the ears. Yes, indeed. So that is very likely the cubs themselves. Tatum, it will depend on the individual leopard, but on average the digestion process takes probably just a little bit, possibly a bit longer than hours. So if we eat something now, in about 24 hours it usually passes through the system. For leopards, because it's entirely red meat, they have to work quite a bit harder to get it through. And so it might take her 2 or 3 days to work off this belly. And that also means she's quite lucky. She doesn't have to hunt every day and keep feeding continually, because it takes time, because it's a very efficient system. In about 2 or 3 days, she probably will be empty enough again to start considering it. But normally a leopard would only really need to hunt once or twice a week, because the digestive process takes long to work through. Also bear in mind that we eat portions of meals. We don't eat an entire impala as soon as we find it, or within 3 days. In fact, it would take us much longer. The predators don't know when the next meal is coming, so they tend to gorge themselves as soon as they've got a carcass. So you can see her belly has been massive today. Have a look at how it's sticking out there. And that's because she's eating as much as she can possibly fit in case more whitey comes back, or in case a hyena comes along and her cub drops the carcass. She'll eat as much as she can to make sure that if something happens, she's eaten enough to make it worthwhile. So we don't have to work off this massive volume of food. We kind of go in stages and split our meals fairly evenly. Some people 5 or 6 a day, some people 3, sometimes 2, some people 1. And so it really just depends. But for her, within about 3 or 4 days, she should be completely back to normal. Now she is looking very sleepy, and I was hoping that while we're here, maybe Ribbon would still be around, because Fatima does want to see some of our clan members. I know Ribbon was at the base of the tree this morning, but we are having a look around. We still haven't noticed any movement from the cubs, nor have we noticed a hyena. But I know Craig was telling me that they were in the other marula tree this morning, the cubs. So maybe they might be on the other side where we can't see them, and the hyena might be at the base. Nope, not too bothered. She heard something and went straight back to sleep. You can see though, she's still alert. Look at her ear. Seems like we are sticking with some pretty solid themes today. So while we are chatting about Tlalamba and her carcass over here, it sounds like JP has something that has quite the digestive system as well. Let's go have a look what it is.
Welcome back to Pridelands, and yes, Tess is definitely right. They do have an interesting digestive system. actually got a very large digestive system when a single large stomach chamber are actually very ineffective in terms of digestive of their food. But they've got, luckily, a quicker, rapid rate of actually processing food and passing it through the stomach. If you ever wondered what an elephant can actually digest, it only digests some 40% of what it feeds compared to ruminants, which will digest roughly 60 to 66% of what they consume. The elephant bull that we are looking at the moment is a fairly young elephant bull, and we can also see that this individual is stressed compared to the other individuals within the group. And it might be due to diet, and it also might just be due to the temperatures that we are experiencing at the moment. Quite often, when that temporal gland starts secreting, it's also a good indication that an animal will be in must. But a young individual like this is unlikely to be in must. There's a few other ways to also tell, and you'll normally will notice that there will be urine dribbling from the penis sheath, and the legs will be stained with urine on the inside. And quite often you also will notice that elephants will actually start swaying when they are moving through the bush from side to side if they are in full must. So the gland that produces the temporal secretion is quite interestingly much more enlarged in males compared to females, and it roughly weighs between 2.8 and 3 kilograms in males and roughly some 900 to 1 kilogram in females. And quite often you will also see that secretion starting to flow from the side of the temporals of cows that are stressed. It's difficult to say what it is that actually has stressed an individual, because one would assume that if one is stressed due to diet or to heat, the others would do so as well. Good afternoon, Zach, and welcome to the show. Yes, they can, and quite often you will actually notice that their stomachs are actually a little bit dribbly, and it also just depends on what they ate and also how much moisture they have taken in. And you can often see the difference between dung in winter as well as in summer. That the dung in summer, due to the larger intake of water that's available, is much more liquidy in appearance. And this also holds true for buffalo, and quite often you will look at buffalo, it looks like something that has been put through a blender and then poured out directly onto the ground. And in the winter, the consistency of it will be more in a typical cowpat form. We can also watch that this elephant is actually very warm at the moment. And as what you notice what it's doing, it's actually fanning its ears forward and backward to assist with cooling themselves. On windy days, they also will stand with the ears open and allow the wind to do the cooling effect for them without having to do the flapping. We're going to spend a little bit more time with our elephants and see what they get up to. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
So we have been sitting here watching these little lapwing chicks, and I've been doing a bit of research around this terrapin issue. Okay, brilliant. Go for it, Eckhart. And I think I managed to ID this terrapin as a marsh terrapin. And the way I've done it is to look at its nose. And I'll show you pictures just now. Hey, well done, Eckhart. So the terrapins belong to, they used to be the Chelonians, but they're now the Testudines. And we've got two groups, two genera of terrapins that we find in this area. So they're the marsh terrapin or the hinged terrapins. Probably the serrated hinged terrapin in this area. And the only other one is the marsh terrapin. And the marsh terrapin actively hunts and has been known to hunt birds from the water's edge. And these marsh terrapins are identified, one of the ways of identifying them is looking at their noses, which Eckhart just managed to do live, which is fantastic. It's not an easy thing to do, but I had a look, and they've got little upturned noses like a little piggy, whereas the hinged terrapins have a slightly... You're going to go for it again? Oh, well done. See that little piggy nose? Oh, who put that grass there? Well done. So this little piggy nose, and I will show you the picture in my book of this little piggy nose that we use as an identifier. So these marsh terrapins, there's our little piggy nose. Nostrils at the tip of the snout. And the reason I wanted to find this out was to find out if they would eat our chicks. These marsh terrapins would. Serrated hinged terrapins, not so much. They are more likely to feed on insects and some vegetation, these sorts of things. So I don't mean to scare anyone, but there is a marsh terrapin in here, and they do hunt birds. There was quite a few of them not circling, they were just cruising along the water's edge just now. But we have seen all three of our lapwing chicks. So I'm going to send you from my cute, full family moment back over to the lovely Tessa, who I think might be having one as well.
Yes. They're coming to us now. We have just had the most amazing encounter. Tlalamba got up. We heard a little bit of alarm calling in the distance. She went to the bathroom. Oh, wow, look at that face. And the tail. And she started chuffing. She started calling the cubs. And we are having quite the interaction here. I think Fatima is the lucky charm. We've got one cub climbing around next to us and the other staying close to Mum. Checking out in the direction towards the kill if there's anything on the ground like a hyena. And I wouldn't be surprised if the two cubs activate playful mode now. They look like they might want to stalk each other. You can see this cub in the road is calculating. I think this is the female. It looks like it to me. And she is similar to her mum and to Tundi, in fact. Very calculated leopard. You can see definitely not as comfortable without mum. Jada, I'm so excited. I can't believe we have the cubs in daylight. It is mind-blowing, and they seem to have gotten here at the perfect time. I think with the weather change, she wants to move them. Cute little tail flick. Hi, Mum. So I can't let them get too far away. I'm going to have to follow. But yes, it definitely looks to me like it was the male that was climbing. My goodness, time for the bathroom quickly. Okay, we are going to keep following our little family gathering as long as we can, and it sounds like JP is enjoying it.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands, and as soon as you think that nothing is going to happen, things actually pop out of nowhere. And we just noticed that there was two thickneys which was very unhappy, and very soon they were actually joined by two blacksmith lapwings. And dead center of the two different species of birds is a puff adder that came down to come and have a drink. We did notice is that the thickneys actually opened their wings and tried to push it away from them, as they do perceive it as a threat. At first, I actually thought that it was going to be a monitor lizard that they are trying to push away. You can now see how they're actually following it and just keeping an eye on the snake to make sure that the snake can't get the upper hand over them by potentially ambushing them. And most birds, as well as other small mammals, will quite often follow threats like this to make sure that they are well away from them, as well as to make sure where they are. We also see this behavior with a wide range of other animals as well. Even impala will quite often follow and go and inspect what is going on in that area. What I also did find particularly interesting is that the little grebe, which is a water bird that's on the dam slightly towards the right of the two blacksmith lapwings, also swam over to come and investigate to see what the commotion was about. That's not the first time that I've seen puff adders drinking, or either that I have seen puff adders actually swimming. It's amazing how well they actually can swim. However, they don't stay in water for prolonged periods of time, and neither have I ever heard that they will use watering points for ambush points, like that a python would do by submerging itself close by to the edge of the water and waiting for animals to get into striking distance. It seems that our lapwings as well as our thickneys have now successfully pushed away the snake, and everybody seems to be a little bit more at ease. It's also interesting that even the Egyptian geese has now walked over to come and see what's going on. I can definitely say that one of the things that has enabled me over the years to detect special sightings like this is actually the ability of hearing, as well as being able to understand the different alarm calls that birds produce, and also to notice behavior which is not consistent with the norm. And those are often the things that help us to actually detect odd sightings, or where a predator is possibly influencing the behavior of an animal. There's also now a hornbill that also came to fly into the tree. It's also looking down into that thicket and also keeping its eyes open onto where the snake has now moved. I also find it fascinating how all these different birds and how different birds and animals can actually benefit from one another's calls and so quickly react and follow up on what the potential threat is. As our puff adder is now gone, let's go and see what Tess is up to.
So we're in a bit of a strange position at the moment. Leopards came down to the pan to have a drink, but the pan is dry, and now they're right next to me, and I'm crouched over like a horseshoe in my seat so that Greg can get them. We still got one coming in front, and this is the little female, definitely not as confident as the male. Let me duck again. She is absolutely beautiful. Well, it's such a perfect afternoon. The weather is representing. I want to make sure the little cub's not too close. There we go. Just got up the road before I move. They were sitting perfectly in the pan, and unfortunately it's dry. There's no water. And so we stopped here, and then all of a sudden Kalamba decided to grace me with her presence right next to me. It was quite beautiful, actually. So she seems. I'm so excited I can't get my words out. She seems to be taking them back up towards the carcass. I think she was hoping there would be water here at the pan. So she might have to take the Buffelshoek Dam just to get some water. But we're going straight back up the road. Now, because the young female cub is at the back, I'm just keeping a little bit of distance because she is a bit more nervous than Kalamba and the young male. So I don't want to push them to be moving faster than they need to be. I would much rather take it slow. But that was unbelievable. I think we should bring Fatima with us more often. She seems to be very lucky. Ah, this will be a gorgeous shot of them running down the road. That's going to be perfect. Now this is where body language comes into the conversation. It's my favorite thing to witness with leopards, is a mom and cubs and how they communicate with their bodies and particularly their tails. I'm happy to hear everyone is as ecstatic as myself and Fatima are. You can see the size difference, male to female there. The male's right next to her, female following behind. I'm just giving them a little bit of space before we start up and follow. Now she seems like she's going past the tree with the kill in it. Maybe she's going to Buffelshoek Dam in search of water. The 27th of March marks the change of season, whether you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. That also means that the sun rises a little later and goes to bed a little earlier. To make sure we get the best views of our favorite characters for WildEarth, we'll be changing our safari times here at Safari Live. We'll be live 1 hour later for our sunrise safari and 1 hour earlier for our sunset safari.
Spinning around in outer space, our planet gives life to the human race. Every day when WildEarth is out on drive, we see our Earth's beauty, we see her alive. We need our planet, that is true, but our planet needs us too. WildEarth will be celebrating Earth Day on the 22nd of April with a special Safari live show.
We have got an epic battle going on between a pirate fly and a drop-tail ant. Look at that, look at that. So what's happening is these ants are moving from one side to another, and these pirate flies are trying to steal the baby ants.
I am here at Jacuzzi, where Cheeky the African penguin was identified for the first time on the 20th of January 2022. And Cheeky can be distinguished from the other African penguins by its broad black breastband, as well as its beautiful black spots along its belly. My favorite distinguishing feature of this African penguin is its beautiful white cheeks. Join me here at Penguin Beach daily to learn more about this African penguin.
We've got a fairly big black cloud developing. There's actually a couple Sorry, Eka, I forgot you've got this roof on, and that's why we've got the roof on. There was nothing, there was absolutely nothing in the sky when I left. The weather here is so unpredictable, especially this time of year. The sun's just like a hazy ball up there now. I left my lapwing family and my very exciting Terrapin Identification session. I know the two types we get here, but I've never actually taken the time to sit and look at noses. There's another way of identifying or telling the difference between the two with the outer edges of the shell and the shape, but it's unless they're out close by on basking on a log or something, it's not easy. I'm seeing those white flowers I show. Sorry, I was just sitting on my game drive radio. I actually noticed some flowers at the start of drive, and I'm seeing them absolutely everywhere now. I'm gonna have to go back, I think, and watch a couple of segments from a few days ago and see if I can notice any of them, because I'm sure I would have. Look, there's some more. There's some more here, Eka. These little white flowers, sorry, it's going to be really difficult to show you, but they're really tall. They're on tall, spindly sticks. Let's see if we can get those in. And I'm noticing them absolutely everywhere. And I'm sure I would have seen them every sort of couple of 100 meters. And I just saw some more behind me that were pink. If anyone can help me with an idea on these, I think my flower book is the only one I don't have with me now. There were, earlier in the year, there were some flowers a little bit similar to this that I managed to work out with St. Bernard lilies, but they are not these. So I'm not sure what they are. But it's amazing how nature, everything is cyclical. It will... some things flower at different times. There's the odd plant that will flower in the winter. So yeah, that's my homework for tonight, is trying to work out what these are. But I am definitely going to go back and check and see what is going on here. So pretty. I'm carrying on north, up Monkey Orange. I actually really enjoy these roads to the southwest here. I had a couple of fabulous strokes of luck with Jadulu this side. She hasn't been seen here for a while, as far as I'm aware. There's a very tawny looking log in there, but it's just a tawny looking log. I'm going to carry on up Monkey Orange. In the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Tessa, who I think is still with her leopards.
It sounds like quite the adventure, Kelly. My goodness. We ourselves have had an adventure. Tlalamba decided to come back to the tree with the kill on it, and this is the male cub that seems to be feeding quite happily on the impala. It's a bit of a difficult view at the moment because he's now moved himself and a bit of the carcass. But what we can see is that he looks quite comfortable where he is balancing on that branch. Apologies again, this is not for sensitive viewers, but it is a great way for us to learn how these cubs grow and develop. Now Tlalamba is still at the base of the tree, so she's just relaxing. I'm not going to get Craig to focus on her because she's nicely tucked away in the grass. Ribbon is in fact here. She is right next to Fatima and she's sleeping. She came out to the road to greet us and now she's back snoozing, and Tlalamba clearly felt comfortable bringing the cubs back regardless of Ribbon's presence. Now the female cub was too nervous to come and climb the tree with Ribbon close by, so she's gone and hidden herself in the distance. And Tlalamba does not seem too worried, so I'm not too worried either. Oh wow, look at that view. Craig, I'm so happy that this has made your day. It's made mine as well, I can tell you that much. It is, yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. It is perfect. I haven't seen the cubs in daylight in quite a while, so it's my first time really spending a lot of time with them since December, actually, and seeing how much they have grown. They've doubled in size since the last I saw them. If you listen carefully, you may hear the young male feeding. He's occasionally snapping a bone here and there. But have a look at how he's holding that carcass down with his paw. Let's have a watch and a listen. Bird, I can hear alarm calling. Yes, it is. It's not an alarm call. They are. Wow, we've got two birds that seem to be in the middle of a bit of a display. They're flying through the background. I didn't see what they were, but they looked like possibly raptors. Oh, the cub spotted the hyena very briefly there and looked up at the silhouette you saw. I wonder if he's hearing those noises. I think he is, because he's watching in that direction. Almost seemed like there might have been something like an African hawk eagle, maybe smaller. He is feasting. Michael, yes, unfortunately hyenas are one of the biggest threats to leopard cub out here, and that's because hyenas and leopards are almost in direct competition. It'll work the same with lions as well. And so what happens is, if a hyena does manage to find a leopard cub, it usually ends up killing it, just out of competition. So Tlalamba has done incredibly well with the set of cubs. And she's clearly taught them how to defluff as well. You can see it's busy plucking this impala of its hairs before it chews. This is good news. Learning some skills. plucking quite readily there. See how he's using his front teeth as opposed to his side teeth. So his incisors, they are very good for plucking the hair off, and this is because he doesn't want a hair build-up in his digestive system. He wants to have it as clear as possible for that red meat. So this is a natural instinct that is born into most predators out here, but particularly leopards. And you would have learned it from watching Kalamba as well. Look at the strength of him. He's moving a whole carcass on his own. Oh, he nearly fell backwards there and lost his balance. Grumpy old man, I never thought about it that way, but absolutely he is enjoying a bit of a Sunday roast, an unconventional bush-style Sunday roast of an impala. I am very impressed by his strength. So it looks as though he's focusing on the last little bit of the rib cage that might be remaining. You can imagine there's a decent amount of meat that's called intercostal muscles in between the ribs, and of course going into the shoulders of the impala. That's where he seems to be focusing. Now this is not just to get meat, this is also to hone in his skills. He needs to be able to feed very quickly if he needs to, and get in as much meat as possible. So this is all developing muscle, developing fine motor skills, practicing his feeding, because this is in itself a technique, and of course becoming an even more successful potential adult male leopard. Now I'm not surprised at all that he so gladly climbed the tree and the female cub wasn't keen on it. He does seem to be a bit more what we would call gutsy. And he's also usually the first to feed, so he's definitely less timid. But you can see he is exceptionally high up in the tree. Isn't it amazing they can be born with this instinct not to be scared of heights? Look at that view. So we are going to scan and see if we can find where this little female cub has gone. Hopefully she'll join her brother soon.
Over the past year, many WildEarth explorers have won life-changing travel prizes.
Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it.
I am most excited to meet some of the guides.
The animals, the birds, and everything else it has to offer. We can't wait to go.
I would love to take my little grandson up with me on this experience to Funda.
WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to visit.
Thank you very much for this amazing prize, WildEarth.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and you will be entered into a monthly draw which could see you jetting off to a dream location in 2022. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
I think there's just so many wonderful things about elephants. And because they've got large space requirements, when you're conserving elephants, you're automatically conserving all the other smaller species that share the landscape with it. In 1996, my mother and I started drawing individual elephant ear patterns, so that's the margin of the ears.
Elephants Alive is a South African-based NGO that conducts research on elephants and works where elephants go. Elephants have taken us from South Africa to Zimbabwe, Mozambique and Eswatini as they forge vital corridors connecting protected areas at landscape level.
We've been going for 25 years, collaring elephants, developing individual elephant IDs, and we've also got a really big project where we protect large trees from elephant impact. And then we've also got various community outreach.
Our aim is to ensure the survival of elephants and their habitats and to promote harmonious coexistence between elephants and people.
It's a legless skink, but I'm trying to identify this snake that's come out. Oh, no ways. It's decided to leave. Go off the road, making way for it, and then we'll carry on.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still at Leopard Dam and we're still watching a blacksmith lapwing. Our water thickneys are still inside the thicket while our Egyptian geese has just moved off after they all attempted to chase off the puff adder. So for those of you that are not familiar with puff adders, they're actually quite large adders and they have typical frog-like heads and fat stubby bodies. It's also quite easy to separate males from females, as the female is slightly shorter tailed compared to the male but actually has a longer tail. And in general, as with snakes, females are almost always larger as well. When it does come to the snake species, they can also obviously be confused with species such as a rattling snake. However, we don't have rattling snakes, and for our American viewers, that's probably the closest thing that we have to a rattlesnake in South Africa. They do have beautiful chevron-shaped patterns on them that they use to camouflage themselves from both predators as well as in the aid of camouflaging themselves when they are waiting in ambush for prey. Also, when it does come to using their venom, they've also got a very strong, potent cytotoxin and incredibly long hypodermic shaped fangs which actually can fold in. And the reason why they fold is otherwise they would have obviously pushed right through the jaw. And the reason why they're so long is that they can actually penetrate deep into their prey, and then the venom will incapacitate, kill, and also assist with the digestion of the prey. One of the things that we also do find quite often when snakes do start feeding on prey items is that they can actually swallow items which is much larger than their own mouths are. And we will notice that they have got elastic jaws that can separate, and therefore they can swallow. And at the same time, they can also have a little tiny little pipe at the bottom of the tongue, which is known as the epiglottis, which is enabling them to breathe while they're swallowing that incredibly large prey item. Good afternoon, Chloe. And the longest venomous species of snake in this part of the country is a black mamba. And there's records of them apparently being close to 4 meters or just over 4 meters. And then there's also non-venomous species of snake, such as the Southern African rock python, which can actually reach lengths of over 5 meters. Now, that's an exceptionally large snake, and I don't think I've ever seen a python which is much longer than 4.2, 4.5 meters in length. I see our water thickening is coming back out of the thicket now. It's still probably keeping an eye open on seeing if it can, and keep its eyes on the threat. There's actually 2 of them now that are standing very close by towards one another. Well, we're just going to hang around the dam a little bit longer. We're actually hoping that the elephants that we saw a little bit earlier is going to make their way down here for a drink. But meanwhile, we're just going to see what our birds are up to and if our buffalo does make a reappearance.
We have repositioned a smidgen to have a better look at this male cub, and again, sensitive viewers, I'm sorry, he seems to be having an absolute feast, focusing on the upper front part of the leg. So that's the knee joint that he's got there. Now, they have definitely eaten quite a lot of this carcass. It is quite literally hanging on by a thread at this point, a little thread of skin. But I find it fascinating how he's not at all bothered by anything else. He's just feeding away. I can occasionally hear him chewing. He's using a bit of carnassial shear there, like a scissors chopping through something sound, and that's exactly what those molars are designed for. I didn't think I'd hear it from here, but I'm glad that I can. Now we have added a little bit more to the puzzle. We figured out the birds are African harrier hawks. Ian, leopards will only be able to climb trees properly when they're a good few months old, like these two. But they start attempting to climb trees anywhere from 2 to 3 months. As soon as they're kind of ambling around, they try and climb everything that they can, usually starting with very small little bush willows and things like that. Very floppy trees, and you'll find that they can climb okay. They have to get used to it with the balancing side of things. But the issue is when they're very young, they can't really come down. It's a bit more scary because they haven't honed in that skill yet. So anywhere from around 3 months old, they should be climbing pretty much anything that they can, provided they feel comfortable. And within about a month of practicing, you'll find that they are quite adept at climbing trees. Much more gracefully than I have in my 27 years of life, almost 28. I still can't climb a tree gracefully. I'd love to be able to show you all a segment of me up in a tree with a magnificent view, but you'd probably just get me falling out and landing on my face. Much like a lion cub when it tries to get out a tree, I'm much more like that. I certainly don't think you'd find me that high up in a tree, ever. Gwen, the lovely voice in my ear, is telling me she can't climb trees at all, so I don't feel so bad anymore. Oh, goodness. Well, this reminds me very much of talking about climbing trees, of a story with my brothers. The one is coming out from the UK tomorrow, actually. They climbed a tree, quite a tall one as well, him and my eldest brother. And they decided to make what we call in South Africa a foofie slide. So you tie a rope from a tree to a tree at an angle and you slide down it with some form of handlebar. And my eldest brother convinced him that a Coke bottle would suffice. So I cut the back of a soda bottle and put it through the rope and tied the rope onto the tree, and as soon as my brother held on and started sliding down, it just burned straight through the plastic of the bottle. And he fell down to the floor and winded himself. Well, these are the kinds of adventures my brother's put me through, so I imagine this little male cub is going to do the exact same thing to his little sister. Maybe not with a foofie slide, maybe not with a few tricks up his sleeve, but he's certainly going to keep her on her toes. wonder why he's focusing on the joint more than on the meat. That's quite fascinating. Maybe trying to get the cartilage for a few different minerals. Aaron, I actually don't know. I mean, I'd imagine they would get injuries every now and then from all sorts of things. They would have digestive difficulties at some point because it's difficult to digest red meat. Might get injuries to the jaw from trying to chew too much too quickly, or accidentally hopping onto a bone that they shouldn't have. But I suppose they're pretty much prone to injuries from almost anything. Oh, look at that face. Oh, those claws are impressive. Look how he's hanging on. That is amazing. You can hear him slicing through the meat very faintly. Oh my goodness, what a sight. So we still haven't spotted the female cub, but we are going to keep looking out for her, and hopefully we manage to see her sometime soon.
At WildEarth, our explorers are treated to a weekly newsletter, bursting with fascinating features and never-seen-before snippets. Recently, we have added some brand new sections which we think you will love. Find out what happens behind the scenes with our crew when they are not live on WildEarth. Have a giggle at our moments of the week from both Safari and Penguin Beach. And Ranger Eric answers your questions with fascinating and in-depth explanations as to the whys and hows of nature.
Wild dogs coming out of, or the puppies coming out of the den site, making those very high-pitched noises.
All of this and more delivered to your inbox every week. So what are you waiting for? Head over to our website, sign up to be an explorer, and join the adventure. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is among Southern Africa's largest and most established non-governmental conservation organizations. Our strategic vision centers on saving species, conserving habitats, and benefiting people. In 2021, the EWT secured habitats, reintroduced African wild dogs and cheetahs into reserves across Southern Africa, and created vulture-safe zones to reduce major threats to vultures, such as poisoning and electrocution. On the 3rd of March 2022, we celebrate World Wildlife Day under the theme Recovering Key Species from Ecosystem Restoration. Standing strong alongside our partners, donors, supporters and friends, the EWT staff have achieved remarkable gains for conservation. Thank you for helping us protect forever together.
Shongile was born on the 3rd of February 2016 to Karula, the Queen of Djuma. We watched her grow from birth to enforced independence when Karula disappeared. On the 19th of August 2016, Tandy, Shongile's sister, was on the prowl. From nowhere she appeared, and a traumatic fight ensued. That was the last sighting of her on Djuma. She disappeared into the wilderness just as her mother before her.
We just found a lady giraffe. She was feeding right next to the road, but she's just snuck off into the bushes here. And Jean. Every time I check up on On giraffe, the races, the genus, subspecies seem to vary. Some information I've got says there's 8 recognised races. I've got other material that says 7, but there are basically different ones. So Maasai, Southern African, Angolan, Kordofan, Nubian, West African, reticulated. And I think the most likely is the Southern African giraffe here that we see or do not see, as the case may be. There was another one off to the left here, but we're in quite a thick area up here on Impala Road. Emma, thank you for your question. It's a good question. I normally use the thickness of their horns or their ossicles. The males tend to be sort of thicker and straighter, so they will sort of go straight. How can I do it? I can't show you like this. Straight up and down, and the females tend to be more curved and thinner. This was a female. She had quite thin horns or ossicones or ossicles. Another way that people use is whether or not those ossicones have hair on the top of them, or whether or not. Can you see her? Oh, well spotted, Eckhart. Sorry, she's still here. Let's have a look and I'll show you, Emma. There we go. How's that? You got her? Yes. Another way is whether or not they have hair on the top of those ossicones. The males will use those for fighting, necking, and the hair will rub off. Males are bigger. A big bull will be quite a bit taller. A big adult bull will be quite a bit taller than an adult female. She's peacefully feeding here. Very nice. And I think JP's elephants might have made their way down to the dam, so I'm going to send you across to have a look.
Welcome back to Pridelands, and yes, our elephants have come down to a dam. However, it's not the bachelor herd that we were watching earlier, but a breeding herd. You'll notice that there's a wide range of different sizes in this group compared to our previous group, which was more uniform in size. Also, some of the features that you'll notice of the cows is a much more angled forehead compared to the round profile of forehead when it comes to bulls. A few other features which you can also look for, and those include mammalia between the front legs, and you will also see that there's generally a much straighter line between the chest and the groin area, unlike those of bulls that appears to be quite sloped. We're just going to sit and watch our elephants, enjoy our sighting while they're busy drinking, and let nature do all the speaking. One of the things that I did want to point out is just to listen to how they're actually busy slurping up the water through their trunks and then actually spurting it back into the mouth. And quite often a lot of it actually drops straight back into the dam, and you can even hear those droplets. Good afternoon, Manny, and welcome to the show. Yes, so do I. I just love watching elephants. We mentioned earlier this morning as well that when it does come to elephants as well as vervet monkeys and baboons, they're always doing something. And it's always fascinating just to watch them. And on top of that, they're incredibly smart animals. And they always work around solutions to figure out challenges. And that's one of the things I find pretty amazing about the elephant. And quite often when you do see them with a challenge, just sit and watch them and see what they get up to.
So we have got the lovely Miss Tlalamba. She's come back to the tree. She is exceptionally well hidden at this point. And she came over because Ribbon got up when the cub started moving the carcass, and she came straight to the base of the tree. She had a nose-to-nose with Ribbon, hissing, giving a bit of a warning, checking up on the cub all the time, just like that. And now she's just relaxed again because Ribbon has come back over and fallen asleep. But she looks like she wants to climb the tree. She's sizing it up, she's checking on the cub. And that's because the cub is moving the carcass a fair bit while it's feeding. And half of that carcass, the half that's got the most meat on it currently, is hanging by 2 pieces of skin. And she knows that that's a very precarious position to have the carcass in. So the carcass is going to be close up very soon if you are sensitive. He's really moving that carcass as much as he can right now just to feed. But behind the head you can see the 2 pieces of skin. Looks like it was either side of the spine. What she's really hoping for is that this cub does not lose its grip, and in so doing, drop the carcass on Ribbon's head. The sun is starting to peek out of the clouds again. Oh, Tlalamba might climb the tree there. She's just snuck right up to the side. I think she's just building up some energy right now. She might be torn at the moment between the male cub who's feeding and the female cub who's somewhere in the bushes. Hopefully she's climbed another tree somewhere. But you can see she's looking straight up the stem or the trunk. Oh, she seems to be looking for the cub more now. You can see she's scanning. Yolani, leopard cubs would be considered altricial. They are born the same as humans. We're fairly useless at birth. except they're actually born with their eyes and ears closed as well. I can see the female cub. She's coming from the road, sneaking up. She's just behind that silver cluster leaf on the right-hand side there. But yes, they are born pretty much blind and deaf, completely unable to fend for themselves, which means that Tlalamba has to put in a lot of work to get them to this stage. And so it can be quite tough. So it's very different to something like a blacksmith lapwing, which would be precocial, something that is born already developed. Oh, she's standing up on her back legs. She's just seen the movement of her cub. I don't think she noticed her cub was so close. She's standing up on her back legs at the moment. That is the direction that the cub went in well, not even 2 minutes ago, 30 seconds ago. She's watching very carefully. My heart is racing. I'm not sure if she can see the cub or if she's confused by what is there, or if she knows the cub is there and something else might be coming. Of course, what you can hear in the background hopefully is the male cub is oblivious to all of this happening. He's just carrying on feeding. Right, she's turning back around. She's clearly decided this is not a threat, it's her cub. Now she might climb the tree. I'm so sorry, Gwen, I got distracted. Could you please repeat the question from Bella? Nothing like a leopard climbing a tree to distract you from everything else around you. Fatima's just taking a massive breath in. So Bella, you're wanting to know what would happen with Tlalamba if Ribbon hurt one of her cubs? If I'm understanding your question correctly. So she would help her cub if she could, and that's exactly what she did. As soon as Ribbon came closer to the trunk of the tree, she immediately got up and went face to face, growling and hissing at her. And so she would definitely try and help the cub if she could. However, if it was already too late, okay, that question's very different. Sorry, didn't quite understand the question. Bella, you're wanting to know if Tlalamba would actively hurt Ribbon's cubs if Ribbon hurt her cubs? No. She wouldn't seek out Ribbon's cubs knowing that they're Ribbon's cubs. She would, in fact, just act her normal self. She might be a little bit lost for a day or two, as her cubs are a massive part of her life. They don't mourn the same way we do. But she wouldn't go on a revenge stint and go and try and kill Ribbon's cubs. If she came across very young hyena cubs, it's not to say she wouldn't kill them, but she wouldn't kill them just because they are Ribbon's cubs. That wouldn't happen. Animals don't hold grudges the same way we do. Copy that. You can come in slowly. The Afazi Mantuan is to your left at the moment, so please be careful. Sorry, I'm just chatting on the radio, guiding in the second vehicle. So yes, the only animals that I feel might hold a grudge is maybe something like a vervet monkey. I've heard a story where a vervet monkey was not so happy with a person and brought the whole troop to take revenge. Now, it's not happened to me. I've only had my pants pulled down, and that was only by one male. It was luckily not the whole troop. But no, animals won't hold grudges, usually. that a bird? That is a very strange sound coming from the right-hand side, and in fact, Mamba looks like she is looking that way. Right, we're going to try and figure out what else is happening. We can't stay for too much longer because there are other vehicles that want to come in, but we will get as much information while we're here as we can.
Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is upon us. An event like no other, where guides from across the country join together to learn, share experiences, show off their skills, and tell tales of the wild. But it's not all fun and games in the African bush. This is a competition to see who is the very best of the best in the guiding world. If you are a qualified safari guide and have what it takes to go up against your peers, download the nomination form from the FAGASA website and send it to md@fagasa.org.za by the 31st of March 2022. Dream it, guide it, win it. Pangolin, known as the respected wise old man of the African bush, is said to be a symbol of good luck and the bringer of rain. 8 species of pangolins are found worldwide, of which 4 occur in Africa. This mysterious creature is now the most poached animal on our planet. The African Pangolin Working Group will strive towards the conservation and protection of the African pangolin species and the habitat they live in. The African Pangolin Working Group has been mandated by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment to assist and support with the retrieval, release process and the research of pangolins in South Africa. Each rescued pangolin is assessed, treated and rehabilitated by an experienced team of veterinarians and rehabilitation specialists. We can ensure the survival of the species. Together, we can make a difference.
Right, so Marips has found himself a puff adder that he's busy playing with, which is dangerous. I've seen leopards die from puff adder bites. I think he got hit on the paw. So he's obviously taken snakes on before. But at what cost, Marips?
We just had a little dwarf mongoose and a squirrel sitting almost next to each other on the road here. Ah, we've got another little mongoose out. So although they look very similar, they do sit in completely different family groups. Filling different ecological niches. So dwarf mongoose on the ground. I've only ever seen dwarf mongoose maybe climbing around on logs, but certainly not up in trees. And then a little Smith's bush squirrel. Where's he gone? Oh, nice. We've got some crowned lapwings here. I've seen these birds here before, and it makes me wonder if they also don't maybe have a nest here. So same family as our blacksmith lapwings, but not nowhere near as water dependent as our little family of blacksmith lapwings we were watching earlier. But also, they will mob predators. It makes me wonder. There's mongoose here. I've got a feeling if they did have eggs or chicks, they might be mobbing those mongoose now. KK, are mongoose closely related to scrub hares? No, they sit in different families. If I'm not mistaken, the scrub hares sit in your Legomorph group, and your mongoose sit in your Herpestidae family group, so they split. Also, scrub hares are not carnivores, so these mongoose also sit in the carnivore group as well, and then it splits into, let me remember, it goes kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, subspecies. But I think since I learnt that, they've actually added in a couple more. So no, they're not related to scrub hares. I still got this. Where's our crowned lapwing gone? I see them here often. I'm just wondering what their laying dates are of these crowned lapwings. It's interesting that we've obviously had our little new family emerge of our blacksmith lapwings. And I'm wondering what the laying dates are in this area. Because they're also ground nesting. Fiona, great question. What does mobbing mean? Chasing, ganging up on would be the definitive answer, I think. It's when a very good example is the lapwings. I see fork-tailed drongos do it as well to various eagles. It's basically they will all gang up on each other to chase something away. Safety in numbers. Mongoose will do it to snakes. I know the meerkats or the surreycats also very famous for their mobbing behaviour. Creating an angry mob to chase things away. Safety in numbers, or power in numbers, should I say. Good question. Let me roll forward a little bit and see if we can't see any. In the last 2 minutes, we've had a squirrel, a mongoose, some lapwings, all in the same area, and they've all vamoosed. I am going to check and see what I know blacksmith lapwings can actually have 2 clutches a year sometimes. But this, look, this lapwing is, is sitting on this, oh no, it stood up now. Was sitting on the sand just here, just in this little triangle here, Eckhart. And it was, look, it's sat back down now. Interesting. Could it be that we're going to have another little family developing here? I'm at Sandy Patch, close to that access road. It's quite difficult to differentiate between the sexes of, some of these birds is very difficult and some is very easy, but these are not one of the easier birds to identify as male or female. They don't have great levels of sexual dimorphism, so I couldn't tell you which one is which. But I'm curious as to if the laying dates are around the same sort of time, it would maybe be worth having a look here to see if there are eggs here, and if there are, I would certainly like to put some stones or something around them just to look. We've got little. Oh, are they little? No, they're not canaries. They're golden-breasted buntings or canaries? Yeesh. And I've got a bird alarm calling here as well. Oh, distractions. Let's focus on one thing at a time. I think these are canaries. They're possibly yellow canaries. Let me just have a quick checky. I could be wrong. I know the buntings also have those very clear eye stripes. Yellow canaries, 420. MJ, it is a birding kind of day. Indeed. Yellow canaries, no, they are not yellow canaries, which places them back to buntings. It's nice to actually be able to spend some time and without everything leaving. Normally we frame birds and they're disappeared in seconds. 242. I'm just wondering if Tessa's going to do her bird quiz this afternoon, but with that beautiful leopard family, I'm not so sure. I'm definitely going to try and find out when these lapwings laying dates are, and I'm pretty sure these are... I'm going to have to check what that yellow bird was. I saw it was yellow and it had face stripes. That was about all I managed to catch in this monitor. I'm going to have a quick check and maybe have a look and see if there's any eggs here.
Winter is coming. The plentiful lushness of summer will start to give way to a dry and dusty land. What does this mean for our Wild Earth characters? As resources begin to dwindle, for predators it will become a time of plenty. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and join Tessa and Ben for an exclusive and interactive fireside chat on the 27th of March straight after the Sunset Safari. They will be giving their insights into the drama that this dry season could bring.
Free Me Wildlife as an organisation is a value-adding service to the communities of KwaZulu-Natal. We are a professional wildlife rehabilitation centre. We work with compromised Indigenous wildlife, and our whole goal is to return these animals back into the wild as wild animals. To get involved with this initiative, go to our Facebook page, Free Me Wildlife. Alternatively, you can go directly to our website, freemewildlife.org. We hope you get involved, and thank you so much for your care and support out there.
But I think that's him. I think that's the one in Must. Okay, this is getting serious now. I knew there was going to be trouble. Too many bulls in Must. Over one herd.
I was taught to track by my grandfather. His name was called Jack Shitola, the first tracker in Sabi Sand, with the first tracker to habituate leopard. Tracking is my favorite part of my guiding experience, because if you don't track, you'll never find yourself having joy on the guiding experience itself. It's one of the best tools that you need to have. I'm being good on tracking because it's something that I've started while I was a young boy up to the adulthood. My tips to all new guides: we have to respect the wildlife.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamori male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We managed to locate on a big breeding herd of African buffalo, also known as a Cape buffalo. A quick question Mpho had is, how badly can they mess you up, and what is the difference in terms of weight between us and them? And we just roughly worked it out that we pretty much equate to roughly 9 to 10 of them when it does come to a full-grown bull. if you compare it per person in terms of weight. They can get up to some 900 kilograms if they're really big. Those are specifically for East African individuals. However, in the Kruger National Park and surrounding game reserves, they seldom become much larger than 800 kilograms in weight. When it does come to a breeding herd like this, it actually consists out of a wide range of different individual structures, and we see that it will consist of both male as well as females. And the bulls in this group are the ones that will do all the breeding. However, they're not the leaders in the group. There's another social grouping inside there, which is referred to as pathfinders, and they're the ones that are responsible for the leading of the group. They're the decision makers. They decide when to feed, when to rest, where to go for specific nutrients and minerals, and when they require specific food types during different seasons. And the next group underneath that is all females, and we find all female groups. That is this group. We'll find that they also have a dominance hierarchy, and their dominance hierarchy works on the basis that if they've got a calf on foot of them, they automatically gain dominance. Even if a cow is much bigger than one without a calf, a cow with a calf, it doesn't make her more dominant at that point. We also find that when it does come to protection, it's the females of calves that will quickly bunch up the calves together, the females without calves that will follow, and eventually the bulls that will surround those females to protect them. And they work very well together to coordinate attack against lions, and more than often they're actually very successful to actually ward off lions. And there's also statistics that I was reading up on a while ago, that when it comes to bachelor herds, where it's all male groups, compared to breeding herds, where there's mixed grouping, that females are 4 times less likely to be taken in a breeding herd than a male would have been, for example. That's part of an all bachelors group. We do find that lions will often trail them as well, and I've actually watched over the years how buffalo would trail these bachelor herds as they used to enter a number of different properties where I worked. And they always look for the oldest and ones with injuries, as well as any ones with illnesses or disease. You never want to risk going for the most difficult individual. Good afternoon, Susie, and welcome to the show. There's a good question. We can look at close relatives of buffalo. We can look at bison, which we find in America as well as Europe. And then we also have a number of different Asiatic forms of buffalo as well. All of these are 3 different species. The one that you do find in Asia is often referred to as a water buffalo as well, and quite incorrectly we often hear guides and naturalists and also guests referring to African buffalo as a water buffalo, and that seems to be because of a mistake that was made in a number of documentaries in the past, and automatically people would assume that it was correct, and that incorrect naming was then applied to the African buffalo. So if we have a quick look at it, and when it does come to bison versus the African buffalo, very slope back in bison, very different horn structure as well, compared to a more straight back that you will see with buffalo, African buffalo. And then the African buffalo is also much larger in size. Well, we're going to continue watching our herd of buffalo moving through and also do some birding, as I love oxpeckers. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Kelly is up to.
So we're still watching these crowned lapwings. And I'm definitely starting to think that there might be a nest here. I don't want to... I'm just going to scan. I'm scanning with binoculars to see if I can't pick out where there might be some eggs. Very... I can hear those dwarf mongoose in there. Again, they're beautiful birds if you if you spend some time with them. And they do lay their eggs all year round. It peaks in August to December, but it could be any time. I'm just going to give it another few minutes and see if we can't pick out if there is eggs there. I don't want to go crashing over there to look in the vehicle. May, are these birds able to fly? Absolutely. They're very much able to fly. They will fly if there's danger, but they spend a lot of time. You see them feeding there, lots of time feeding on the ground, but they're very much able to fly. Their foot structure isn't like your perching birds, your songbirds. So they're passerines, are the songbirds, and they're designed for perching. And these lapwings have got they've got a different foot structure, much more designed for being on the ground. Oh, I've got more chance of... The whole point of these ground nesting birds is their nests are incredibly well camouflaged, or their eggs. And it looks like these other little birds hopping around on the floor here are yellow-fronted canaries, I think. Whitney, yes, from a long way away they do. They've got those very long legs. Oh, nice big wing stretch there. And actually really nice that they showed you their underwings. Pure white underneath there. And that can be used as part of a defense mechanism. It's a sort of a flash coloration. If there's a predator, they will fling their wings out to try and startle anything that is sneaking up on them. I'm going to roll forward a little bit. I'm very curious to know if there is actually eggs here. It could be that they were just sitting down. Okay, I see. Do you think they were... Can you see that stick where you said they were, Eckhart? That dark stick. I can only see... Yeah, I can only see sound there with binoculars, but oh, if anyone thinks they can see eggs in here, you're more than welcome to let us know. We're very close, and I've got binoculars looking at this little patch of sand, but it's incredible how well these eggs are camouflaged. I'm going to give it another minute. They might have just been sitting down here. But it's nice driving these roads on a regular basis. You can begin to get a feel like the hole in the bank I was looking at. Oh, I can't see any, but I could be wrong. We do come this way quite often, so we will keep an eye and see if we see them sitting here on a regular basis. Okay, I think I'm going to go and have a little look at Sydney's Dam, because we had so much luck there with elephants yesterday. Maybe we might get lucky again. This weather has no idea what it's doing. The sun is out 1 minute, in the next minute. Let's go see if we can't find any elephants around Sydney's Dam.
The 27th of March marks the change in season, whether you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. This means that the African sun will wake up a little bit later in the morning and go to bed a little bit earlier in the evening. To make sure that we get the best views of our favorite characters, WildEarth will change the time of Penguin Beach, and we'll be waddling on 1 hour earlier.
Spinning around in outer space, our planet gives life to the human race. Every day when WildEarth is out on drive, we see our Earth's beauty. We see her alive. We need our planet, that is true, but our planet needs us too. WildEarth will be celebrating Earth Day on the 22nd of April with a special safari live show.
Myself and Sebastian were looking for the Birmingham Pride sub-adults, and we just found them stealing a hoisted baby impala carcass out of a tree. This is incredible. It's the first time I've seen one of these youngsters. Whoa! Quite a good chunk there. Nearly fell out doing it. She might fall backwards. She's actually lowering herself down the tree. It's the first time I've seen a lion do that in person.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment. Run away from this very big animal coming. That was so funny.
Coming to us. We are back up on quarantine and we are watching a male wildebeest who's currently urinating. He's standing as still as a statue, which is probably because of the urination at the moment. But he has decided he's got an identity crisis today. He's a wildebeest in denial. He thinks he's an impala. He is surrounded with a massive herd. And I think they're all feeling a little bit playful tonight because of the weather. The sun is almost completely gone. It's nice and cool and there's a steady breeze. Perfect conditions for a little bit of extra energy. In all seriousness, I'm sure that you know that he's here because of safety. Extra eyes, ears, noses, all of those good things that the impalas bring. But I just love how tall he's standing above the grass compared to the impalas. We haven't seen a wildebeest up close in ages. Well, I feel like I haven't anyway. But speaking of the wonderful company that he is with, you can see them grazing in the background, but more fascinating than that even. It seems like the impalas have bounds and bounds of limitless energy at the moment. And in fact, quite a few of them have been chasing each other around. And there's a beautiful termite mound that they seem to have been congregating on. They're now spreading out from it. But the youngsters that are around 4 or 5 months old now, they have started playing with each other. So you can see there's a whole group of them on the termite mound, jumping between feeding and grooming. Oh, that was a massive insect. And then occasionally one of them will get a bit of the zoomies. They get a bit of an energy boost and they start chasing each other around. But I'm loving the termite mound. I think that's quite adorable. One standing higher than the other, grooming it. A little bit of bonding time. I'm sure these impalas are going to be here for the night. I'll just end up going a little bit closer towards the center of quarantine. At the moment, we're on the edge next to the drainage line, where Mamba used to have her cubs for a while, on quarantine south. We decided to come through because we're on our way to the Hyena Den to go and see if we might get a glimpse of Corky or Hart or Intima. We know Ribbon won't be there since she's with Mamba. But this is another thing on Fatima's bucket list. Lilypan, the role that the females play in the rutting season is probably just one of the best distractions in the world for a male impala. They are the cause of the rutting season in a sense. They just provide a very, very big herd of good-looking distractions, I suppose. Everything the male wants and more, and so that's why he's fighting. They don't have any active role in the fighting. If anything, they try and move off because they don't want anyone getting injured. And the male's rutting attracts the predators because the males get distracted, they get tired, they get injured, and the predators might follow that rutting sound to try and find an easy picking. So the females play the role of hopefully invisible, very good distraction. By that stage as well, the youngsters that were born the year before should be around 6 to 7 months. So they're too young to be breeding anyway. The young males are too young to leave the herd, and so they end up kind of just trying to stay out of the way, to be honest. Peaceful scene up on quarantine. But I think what I'm going to do while we still have the light, we are going to head on towards the Hyena Den just to see if anybody might be home, and then hopefully we can tick that off of the bucket list as well. We've been so lucky today, even the red-billed hornbills. Karen, the difference between impala and springbuck would be they're mostly similar in size, but their coloration is different and their horns are different and they're found in different habitats. So the impala that you can see are very dark red-brown on the top with cream and white, and springbucks will be slightly different. They've got a very white section under the stomach, then they've got a black stripe and then a beautiful creamy red color on the back. Their horn shape is smaller and slightly different. It goes out towards the sides and curves back inwards, where an impala goes out towards the sides and curves up and backwards and is much wider, longer set of horns. And of course the biggest difference is habitat. Impalas are very plentiful here because it's a good habitat. They survive in woodland, savanna. They can even survive in some more forested areas because they have the split lip. Springbuck have a much more limited distribution. They are in arid areas, places like deserts, the Kalahari, the Eastern Cape, Albany thickets, anything like that. So completely different habitat. They would not naturally occur here. It's a little bit too green and too wet for springbuck here, which sounds very strange. Actually, I'm thinking about it. I had a beautiful, I normally carry a calendar with me. It's not a calendar, but I carry a beautiful book with me that's got some really lovely comparisons, and I took it out because it got wet, so it's busy drying. Let me see if I can find a nice picture of springbuck versus impala for you. Oh, lots and lots of birds, predators. There we go, there's a nice comparison for you. So if we're looking at the difference between impala and springbuck, the biggest physical difference is the horns and the black streak across the body. So the impala at the bottom, springbuck at the top. Size difference, springbuck around 75 centimeters, impala just under 1 meter. So the impalas are a bit heavier, but overall they're quite similar except for the difference in habitat. Probably the most similar looking to an impala over a springbuck would actually be a lechwe, which is this one down here. Very similar, just bigger, much bigger than an impala. Thank you, Craig. Okay, so there's your comparison, and I'm going to head towards the Hyena Den and see what else we can find while Kelly is on her way to the dam.
Well, that was what a stroke of luck. I had elephants here yesterday at Sydney's Dam, and we've just caught them after having a drink. A nice little breeding herd here. Hello, big girl. So these older females, they're going to cross the road behind us, but we have got the roof on still. I still can't decide if it's going to rain or not. I've just given this little family lots of space on the road here. So these this youngest one on the left here has got mud on his head. Bongo, yay, elephants, I agree. It seems we've been not seeing as many elephants recently, but it's all about the changing of the seasons. And these animals fluctuate their movements as the seasons change. This smallest elephant here you see on the left, he's got mud on his forehead. She. It's like it's been rubbing his head in the soil. Oh no, this one in the middle is also adult females. Oh no, we've got a young male on the right there. Although, no, that can't be a male. No, it's a female. These elephants are far away. One of the gauges I normally use is the shape of their foreheads. Paulina, I don't think an elephant would survive alone without at least a partially functioning trunk. I've seen elephants with probably 2/3 of their trunk missing, whether or not it's been an injury that's become infected or maybe a snare or... I don't know if any of you picked that up. There's a big grumble coming from behind us. It's this female communicating with the rest of her family. With probably 1/3 of a trunk. I've seen an elephant in a herd functioning. I've also seen a female, I think it's maybe even seen her on this property. Probably a different female, but with quite a large hole in the front of her trunk. Also managed, whether or not an elephant, but they, you know, they will often care for each other. I don't know if you're picking this rumblings up. I don't think you're getting these sounds, but I certainly am. Oh. Amazing hearing these animals communicate. Sorry, distracted. I don't think an elephant would survive on its own without at least a partially functioning trunk. There is a chance if they were in a herd, you know, they could maybe drink by dunking their mouth into the water like we see the little ones doing. But no, I don't think they would.
The 27th of March marks the change of season, whether you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. That also means that the sun rises a little later and goes to bed a little earlier. To make sure we get the best views of our favorite characters for WildEarth, we'll be changing our safari times here at Safari Live. We'll be live 1 hour later for our sunrise safari and 1 hour earlier for our sunset safari.
I think there's just so many wonderful things about elephants, and because they've got large space requirements, when you're conserving elephants, you're automatically conserving all the other smaller species that share the landscape with them. In 1996, my mother and I started drawing individual elephant ear patterns, so that's the margin of the ears.
Elephants Alive is a South African-based NGO that conducts research on elephants and works where elephants go. Elephants have taken us from South Africa to Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Eswatini as they forge vital corridors connecting protected areas at landscape level.
We've been going for 25 years, collaring elephants, developing individual elephant IDs, and we've also got a really big project where we protect large trees from elephant impact. And then we've also got various community outreach.
Our aim is to ensure the survival of elephants and their habitats, and to promote harmonious coexistence between elephants and people.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.
It has been a wonderful privilege to identify one of our key characters here at Penguin Beach, Pepper, with a very, very distinct facial patterning, as the name would suggest, very peppered and speckled belly. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this penguin does over the next few days and months. Because of those unique markings, it's going to be really, really cool to watch it as it moves around the penguin colony point.
It just disappeared into the bush, but we've just seen another big group of elephants crossing on their, they're still going on their way into the dam. So I'm going to stay here and watch while these stragglers from this herd make their way out. And there's a huge herd going to be going in to drink. How do elephants rest while standing? I'm just going to reposition a little bit. This little group of three seems like they want to take this game path, so I'm just going to reposition quickly, Mike. How do elephants rest when they're standing? They will prop the going to turn here at this junction, Eckhart. They'll rest a leg. They'll rest a leg or maybe lean against a big log or a tree on a termite mound. The little ones will normally or often lay down flat, but when they're standing, they normally just lean against something. Can you get round to those, Eckhart? I'm just not sure what this signal's going to do now. Okay, I'm just going to need to... We haven't got a visual of these elephants at the moment, so I'm going to try and not drop signal. There we go. If I can just go side on, I think we'll get them. We're very close to the gate. That is a regular viewer knows. Signal is often not very happy here. So let's try here. Can we get through there? No? Oh, we've got some crossing the road. Eee. Sorry everyone, I'm just trying to reposition to keep the signal strong, get these elephants in frame, but also without upsetting these elephants. How about now? But can we get these ones in front here? Or maybe just wait for them to cross. I'll just bend down out the way. You can see there's a big group coming in to drink with these three stragglers. Still just coming across here. There's lots of young ones that have just made their way in. Elephants are very polite. They will often wait until one herd has finished before moving in to take over the position. There's lots of crunching going on in front of us as well. Time spent with elephants is never time wasted. So, Eckhart, this one that's just in... Oh, she stopped it now. Leona, would elephant... Yes, they would. They won't sort of actively fight, but they don't really like bumping into each other. And like I said, they'll normally be polite at water sources. They will make space for one another at these water sources. I'm gonna have to, where are these three gonna go? These elephants just in front of me here want to cross the road exactly where I'm sitting. And I know that elephants here are normally very relaxed. But where I started my career, they were not so much. So I always make sure I give these animals lots of space. The rest of the herd is over to my left here. And I think they want to join the rest of their family. It's okay, ladies. You were here first. You can cross. There we go. There we go. Oh, they've all just turned and crossed quickly. This is why I wanted to make space. You never know when these animals are going to... There's something upset them behind them. Why are they running? If something's upset elephants, I'm going to be peeking my nose over there. Something's really disturbed them. And have all those others gone as well? There was just 50 elephants drinking here and they've all gone. I've got no idea what's happening here. Can you see any echo? So I've just heard elephants to my right here. But something must have really spooked these elephants to make them all run like that. And then these other running elephants have upset the elephants that have now vanished on my left. See, this is why the elephants are normally very relaxed here, but if they get spooked, it's just nice to give them some space. I'm going to try and work out what's happening here and what's upset these elephants. In the meantime, I'm going to send you back to JP, who's made his way back to the watering hole.
Welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment, we're losing light very early this evening with that big cloud bank that has moved in front of the sun. And it does look like if we are going to get caught very soon in rain. Every little bit makes a big difference into a dry environment like this. In general, South Africa is actually quite a dry country, and on average, the whole of the country receives some 520 millimeters of rain, with the eastern part of South Africa generally being wetter, while the western part of South Africa being much more arid. And meanwhile, we're just going to stare over our dam, listen to all the different bird sounds, as well as the calls of insects, and just let nature do all the talking. Good evening, Susan. Yes, and they are, unfortunately, and during winter we actually find that there's a 99% loss of insect population generally in the area because of cold temperatures. But they've got a number of different strategies to survive. Some long-lived species will either stay underneath ground or in areas where they are protected against the cold, while others have eggs which is laying dormant, waiting for the optimal conditions to be reached by the next summer. We also generally find that some insect species will have eggs that are also then laid, which will actually only will hatch every second year, and that quite often leads to that when conditions aren't perfect, that those eggs will only hatch when there's perfect conditions, leading to a mass eruption of that specific population of insects. Good evening, Eugene, and welcome to the show. And Eugene's question is, does it snow in South Africa during winter? Yes, it does. And there's a number of mountain ranges in South Africa which is often covered with snow during that period of time. And they include the Cape Fold Mountains, which pretty much runs through the whole of the Western Cape region, as well as the Drakensberg Mountains, especially the southern parts of the Drakensberg Mountains. We also find that every now and then there's even snow in little towns called Dahlstrom, which is halfway between us and Johannesburg. And then occasionally there is situations where you get two cold fronts which occlude and create incredibly cold conditions, and you can even have snow in the middle of summer in the Western Cape. And I can remember it was roughly 2001 and we actually had snow on top of Table Mountain, and Table Mountain is just literally in the snow line. And that's quite actually strange to find snow on the mountains during that time of the year, as it's still considered to be summer months. We also see that the winter weather that starts changing, as that there's also a lot of different cold fronts starting to push up from the south in both the Atlantic Ocean and Indian Ocean, and those push northwards and then also bring much colder weather to us. But for me, that's one of the reasons why I like this part of the country. It's very seldom that it actually gets really cold, and very seldom that the temperature will actually drop below freezing point.
Over the past year, many WildEarth explorers have won life-changing travel prizes.
Today, I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Maritaba. Oh, I can't believe it.
I am most excited to meet some of the guides.
The animals, the birds, and everything else it has to offer. We can't wait to go.
I would love to take my little grandson up with me on this experience to Funda.
WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to visit.
Thank you very much for this amazing prize, WildEarth.
Sign up to be an explorer today and you will be entered into a monthly draw which could see you jetting off to a dream location in 2022. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is among Southern Africa's largest and most established non-governmental conservation organizations. Our strategic vision centers on saving species, conserving habitats, and benefiting people. In 2021, the EWT secured habitats, reintroduced African wild dogs and cheetahs into reserves across Southern Africa, and created vulture-safe zones to reduce major threats to vultures, such as poisoning and electrocution. On the 3rd of March 2022, we celebrate World Wildlife Day under the theme Recovering Key Species from Ecosystem Restoration. Standing strong alongside our partners, donors, supporters and friends, the EWT staff have achieved remarkable gains for conservation. Thank you for helping us protect forever together.
This is just incredible. I've never seen a rock monitor versus a leopard before. Now, unfortunately, this monitor does not stand a chance. Oh, look at this. This is super exciting. Did you see that? Did you see how it used its tail? And you can see this leopard has had enough now.
We are just turning onto Taxon's Road, hopefully about to make another dream come true. The Hyena Den. Fingers crossed that it's active. And we've just been taking a little bit of a moment up on quarantine. There were some rows of parlours on the wildebeest, but of course the sky is changing colour as well because of the rain coming, because of the cloud cover. So we're just taking a little moment just to take that in before we headed in this direction. I can see a lot of hyena tracks on this road that are quite fresh. I'm wondering where they have gone, because some of them are going down, one or two are going up. But let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. So we're actually just passing the old den site now, where Djuma had her cubs originally. This little rounded den site, but the entrance is on the other side. Nice cute little compact den. Now we're going to break out the new den sites, the big ones, next on the list. Breaking out the big boy den sites. It's been an absolutely phenomenal day. Weather-wise, I think this has been one of the most perfect days we've had in ages. Got cool nice and early thanks to the clouds. Made everybody active. Alright, let's see what we can find. So there are two old den sites on this particular track. The first one seems to be inactive, although the hole we can see has been hollowed. It has been opened again. And in fact, it looks like it's been used today. There's a little bit of loose soil just at the entrance of the den site. Have a look there. A little bit of loose, darker soil because the soil is a bit wet from the rain. Matt, in terms of the hyena cubs for winter, all it really means is they're going to be maybe a little bit more thirsty to keep warm with mom's milk. And of course, they're going to have slightly larger hyena spotted cuddle puddles. They're just going to have to use body heat a bit more than they used to. It doesn't really affect them much outside of that because hyenas are one of the longest staying in the den animals. They suckle milk for the longest out of all the other carnivores and predators. But they also stay in the den longer, so they'll be inside a termite mound where it's warm. And so they won't be affected nearly as much as some of the other animals, particularly things like reptiles and birds. This is one of those moments where you go, okay, no pressure everybody, no pressure. We're arriving at the den site. It's here on the left. I wonder if we're going to get a glimpse of anybody. Oof. Okay, so we have got what seems to be an empty den site. Now, I'm not sure whether there are any adults lying around in the grass close by. But we are going to spend just a minute here to listen and try and figure it out. Maybe we'll get lucky, and there might be an adult sleeping just around the back. Jenna, no. None of the mammals that we have here would hibernate. There's no real need for it, especially things like hyenas. And that's because they can control their own body temperature, for one. But for another one, for predators in particular, it's a better hunting season in winter. So they have more food availability, and so it becomes easier for them to maintain an energy level and a thermic level or a thermal level, their body temperature. Also bear in mind that our winters, as much as they can get really cold, they still stay at a lovely 25, 30, 35 degrees Celsius. So our winter average is still higher than most other places in South Africa in summer. So they don't get as cold as you would think they do. Oh, come on, hyenas. I'm very happy that Ribbon was at Columbus sighting. We would have been left rather disappointed, I think, if we hadn't seen at least one hyena. But I can hear birds. alarming, not so far away. Maybe there is an adult here. And I can actually hear some leaves rustling. Tasha, unfortunately, nobody seems to be home right now, but I am hearing, it sounds like leaves behind the den site. I'm not sure if that's just a playful cub that's sneaking out of the den site, or if it might be even just a Franklin, hopefully an adult. But I just want to make sure. I can see that the hyenas have been particularly active here today. And I can see that because of the amount of tracks in particular. There's a patch here right next to me where we normally turn the vehicle. It's an old track, but there's just a wealth of tracks. Thank you. A wealth of tracks in the road here, and it looks like they've been playing, running up and down. And it looks quite fresh. It looks like this was in the last maybe hour. The soil is still wet from all the rain in the last few days. And it looks like they've been having a lot of fun in this little clearing. So they're definitely still around, just maybe not right here, sadly. But I think what we will have to do is possibly go. We can always come back just before dark and see if anybody's returned. But it looked like the hyena tracks are possibly going towards Philemon's Cutler, and there were at least 2 adults that looked like their tracks are going that way. So what I might do is just take a little drive down Philemon's Cutline, just to see if maybe we can figure out where they've gone. Because it's a decent plan if the tracks are fresh. I think the universe thinks you got too spoiled today. I hope I'm going to get this name right. It sounded like Aroma. I hope that was correct. I'm sorry if it's not. Apologies. I'm using a handheld radio. Yes, usually the matriarch of the clan is the biggest female. Corky is quite a bit bigger than the other females. But it doesn't have to be like that. For example, when Ribbon took over, she's much smaller than Corky. And yet she was a matriarch for a while. So it's a general rule of thumb, but there are always exceptions to the rules. So we should never iron down a single rule out here. Animals will prove us wrong very quickly, as we have discovered many, many times. It seems that animals are good at proving us wrong and reminding us we don't know it all. We get to find them for you just now. That would be so good if we could find some more hyenas. So last thing on our bucket list really is a few more members of the clan. Yeah. Other than that, we've had a phenomenal day. Okay, let's quickly maybe go and check Treehouse Dam and then we'll come back. Maybe there might be a hyena coming up from that side, and then we'll do Philemon's Cutline. The spots. Fatima was telling me that it's so nice to hear all of these names all the time, you know, hearing what's a good example? Guaripan and Gari Dam and Treehouse Dam and Central Road, Gari Main, and she's been here for the last 3 days, and today is her first day with us here at WildEarth. But she was saying it's so nice to be able to then, you hear the name and you can immediately relate to what you've seen, and now you're actually there in person. It's such an unusual feeling. But anyway, it sounds like Kelly is doing some interesting things. So I'm going to check the dam and I will send you over to her.
Kelly did have some elephants until about 5 seconds ago. I wanted to stay in this area to try and work out what happened. It was like they grew wings and disappeared. There was 2 herds, one smaller herd. Oh, there's more behind us. One smaller herd and one bigger herd, and they vanished. I'm going to turn around, but they were not happy, these elephants, and also it was the big group that just crossed the road in front of me. They were very upset. They had their tails kinked, and they were very uncomfortable. I'm gonna put you just here. I can't, is that fine? Yeah, they're gonna cross the road just now. So we had some in front of us, and now we've got another group that's just gonna cross behind us. But I don't know if they heard something or they frightened each other, but it was very strange. 1 minute there was 50 elephants at the dam, and then I maneuvered backwards, and then I pulled forwards again, and they'd gone. So I did want to loop around here to just see if they did come out. I think it was the larger group actually just now that crossed. But they crossed the road quickly. You could see they were not happy. All the adults had their tails kinked to the side, their chins were up, and they were walking quickly. You can see when where have those elephants gone now? I can hear them. I've got absolutely no idea what happened. We did hear lions, but far away, but elephants wouldn't. Elephants would just chase lions. And they've now stopped in the bushes. I can hear them, but can't see them. And both herds have raced off towards the west. I literally saw them just there, and they've stopped walking, which again, that's odd behaviour. I'm going to roll forward a little bit more and see if we can't work out why they've stopped.
At WildEarth, our explorers are treated to a weekly newsletter, bursting with fascinating features and never-seen-before snippets. Recently, we have added some brand new sections which we think you will love. Find out what happens behind the scenes with our crew when they are not live on WildEarth. Have a giggle at our moments of the week from both Safari and Penguin Beach. And Ranger Eric answers your questions with fascinating and in-depth explanations as to the whys and hows of nature.
Wild dogs coming out of, or the puppies coming out of the den site making those very high-pitched noises.
All of this and more delivered to your inbox every week. So what are you waiting for? Head over to our website, sign up to be an explorer, and join the adventure. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Pangolin, known as the respected wise old man of the African bush, is said to be a symbol of good luck and the bringer of rain. 8 species of pangolins are found worldwide, of which 4 occur in Africa. This mysterious creature is now the most poached animal on our planet. The African Pangolin Working Group will strive towards the conservation and protection of the African pangolin species and the habitat they live in. The African Pangolin Working Group has been mandated by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment to assist and support retrieval, release process and the research of pangolins in South Africa. Each rescued pangolin is assessed, treated and rehabilitated by an experienced team of veterinarians and rehabilitation specialists. We can ensure the survival of the species. Together, we can make a difference.
We have got an epic battle going on between a pirate fly and a drop-tail ant. Look at that, look at that. So what's happening is these ants are moving from one side to another, and these pirate flies are trying to steal the baby ants.
So the second group of elephants just crossed as well, but they also flew across the road. Not happy. I have no idea what's going on. But to be perfectly honest, if they're not happy, they're not comfortable as it is, I certainly don't want to be placing myself between two family groups of upset elephants. They did cross into a thick block. I'm gonna let them carry on their way. Both groups had little ones with them. I don't know. Maybe, I'm sure they know something that we don't. I'm sure they know lots of things that we don't. But I'm going to leave them to it. Good to know that there is still plenty of elephant activity backwards and forwards to Sydney's Dam. I've got an awful lot of respect for elephants. I've got a lot of respect for all of the animals here, but I do always make sure I give elephants plenty of space. All of the animals, in fact. Who am I to impact or have any impact whatsoever on the movements or activities of any of the animals here? Looks like these clouds have lifted again, and that sky is looking pretty pink there, despite those heavy black clouds we had earlier. Sorry for the rain roof, everyone. Hopefully it will be able to come off again before tomorrow's drive. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name there. Can you just repeat the name for me? It was Do Elephants Alarm Call, I think. Bob. Not the most difficult name to catch. Bob, they will. Yes. Elephants have got lots of different ways to communicate, but I think probably the most obvious alarmed sound is a trumpet. It's a loud sound. It sounds like an elephant is upset, is alarmed. So yes, they will absolutely alarm call. Sorry to do this to you. There's a baby impala suckling over here, which I have never... Oh, it's going to stop now. Which I have never seen. I don't think I've ever seen such a big baby impala suckling. This impala was just suckling on Mum. It had to kneel down to do it. Is it going to do it again? Well, I've never seen that before. This baby was just trying to suckle. Sorry, apologies, I got completely distracted. I'm going to send you across to Tessa, who I think has made her way back to the dam. and do some more impala research.
Not much like you, Kelly. Sorry, I've just heard some lions starting to call. Much like you, Kelly, we've been admiring a little bit of pink in the sky, but in fact we seem to have quite an entertaining scene in front of us, definitely worth coming towards Treehouse Dam. The male hippo seems to have a bit of an energy boost like the impalas on quarantine. And he found a stick. And he's having quite a bit of drama this afternoon as he's coming up and yawning and chewing on the stick and going back underwater and moving around at speed. So we're having a really entertaining time watching him, especially with that gorgeous reflection on the water. He's kind of disturbing it as he's moving. I'm hoping you get to see him with the big stick in his mouth now. It's actually like a log. Now, I've heard of this before. I've seen it on dam cam before. But I've never physically seen a hippo do it before until today. Nani, hippos actually have to worry more about sun damage than water damage. They've got quite an interesting skin. They can secrete, it's a liquid, I would say, similar to sweat, but much more gel consistency or much more thick. And it can lather over their bodies, and that protects them from the sun, but it also protects them from water in terms of getting too much water. But their skin is not quite the same as something like an elephant's skin. So naturally, they've got fewer hairs, they've got much smoother skin without the wrinkles, and much thinner skin. And all of these things together will help protect them from the sun, but also from the water. They're not going to wrinkle up like we do from staying in the water all day because their skin is quite different. Finally. Hello, boy. Showing off your stick. Dark Mane Lover, I agree. I think other than Chitwa Dam, Treehouse Dam is still my favorite. I've always had such special sightings here, and the reflection is always perfect here. Gives me so much joy seeing this hippo act like it's still a calf, chewing things, throwing things around, so much energy. It makes me so happy to see this. It kind of makes you feel that childlike feeling in yourself. He's going to pop up again. Oh, he might be getting ready as well, building up some energy to go out grazing for the night. Jade, the stick magician, I agree. He is quite the magician. I've seen him do it a few times on the dam cam, but I didn't ever think I'd see him do it in person. Although I suppose it was just a matter of time, really. Just had to catch him on a cooler day. What a lovely evening spent at the dam. But I think we are going to head back, have a quick check past the Hyena Den to see if anything's changed and decide what to do from there.
Safari Guide of the Year 2022 is upon us. An event like no other, where guides from across the country join together to learn, share experiences, show off their skills, and tell tales of the wild. But it's not all fun and games in the African bush. This is a competition to see who is the very best of the best in the guiding world. If you are a qualified safari guide and have what it takes to go up against your peers, download the nomination form from the FAGASA website and send it to md@fagasa.org.za by the 31st of March 2022. Dream it, guide it, win it.
Free Me Wildlife as an organisation is a value-adding service to the communities of KwaZulu-Natal. We are a professional wildlife rehabilitation centre. We work with compromised Indigenous wildlife, and our whole goal is to return these animals back into the wild as wild animals. To get involved with this initiative, go to our Facebook page, Free Me Wildlife. Alternatively, you can go directly to our website, freemewildlife.org. We hope you get involved, and thank you so much for your care and support out there.
It's a legless skink, but I'm trying to identify this snake that's come out. Oh, no ways. It's decided to leave. Go for the road, making way for it, and then we'll carry on.
Stanley is such an awesome African penguin, and personally, my favorite. I love Stanley because of that amazing plumage variation, that beautiful broad black breastband with the cutest little white heart directly in the middle. And Stanley plays hard to get, but we are so happy to have him down here at Stony Point and can't wait to share Stanley's life with you.
Very nice to hear that Tess has been watching our hippo playing with a stick there. I've also watched it on dam cam. Lovely to see that interaction in the flesh, so to speak. I just checked my impala weaning information, and they can wean as early as 4 to 5 months. And it says males in East Africa, because that was a male, I think they were suckling, in East Africa are normally with bachelor groups by the age of 8 months. So I've never seen an impala kneeling down to suckle. It doesn't seem like it's particularly strange. It's just something I've never personally seen before. I remember when I watched an elephant kneel to suckle, and they can actually still suckle until they're 8. It's unusual. But then I suppose it would depend on when that impala was born. I think the first baby impala I heard of this year was in the sort of mid-northish, mid-Kruger. And I know someone that saw one on the 30th of October. So it's November, December, January, February, March. Yeah, okay. It just seems strange to see babies kneeling to suckle. Now the roads have dried out, it's actually really nice to drive these roads when the sand has been compacted by the rain. But then as cars drive these access roads, it becomes that nice fine sand again. So it's good to keep an eye on tracks on these access roads. Stephen, yes, the bush is much more prone to bushfires in the winter. It can actually be a huge problem. Fire is, let me stop actually. It's a really important question. Fire is part of nature. It is part of the natural environment. Fires will sometimes occur. Naturally, with lightning, there's actually some plants that won't germinate unless there is a fire. Their seeds will stay dormant in the ground until a natural bushfire moves through the area. Then those seeds will pop and they'll germinate. But bushfire is a problem, of course, with people in these areas now. They can be started by accident if people light fires or fires or accidental, or and it's a big problem. We do burn fire breaks or cut fire breaks. A lot of that's already been happening. In the summer, the vegetation's very green, but as the vegetation starts to dry out, this is actually coming in towards some of the worst bushfire conditions. We've actually had some very late rain, which abates it a little bit. But yes, fire can be a massive problem here in the winter months. We have to be very careful, especially as storm season starts, and this, I know of fires that have been started by lightning. The wind picks up often before these thunder and lightning storms. The wind will pick up, and then it takes one spark. And several lodges I actually know of personally have been lost to fire, normally in the winter months. So it's a really important question. So yes, that was a long answer. But yes, it's much more prevalent in the winter. Good question. I'm going to send you back across to Tess and see what she's getting up to on her side.
I've just found a giraffe going into Philemon's Dip, coming back from Treehouse Dam in the area of the Hyena Dens. And it looks like quite a gorgeous giraffe. We're a little bit higher up than at the moment, so he doesn't look as big as usual. But it's just because he's in the drainage line at Philemon's Dip. You can see he is staring at us intently, trying very hard to size us up this evening. He looks like a fairly old bull. Got a very thick neck, got quite a lumpy forehead. I'm trying to see if he's got any scarring on his body, because that will tell me more or less what stage of adult male he's in. I don't think he knows how to feel about us at the moment. There, with his profile, you can see a bit of the knob that was on his forehead. And back to feeding. He's okay, he's relaxed now. Ah, there's a decent sized scar on his neck, so he is an older male. And he probably would have gotten that scar from fighting, from necking with another male. Haley, I agree. It's so lovely to see a giraffe, let alone in perfect light as we go into dusk. It makes his colors even better. I think Craig is laughing at me because I called it perfect light. It's nice to see him when it's kind of cooling down and the light is starting to fade. I think it makes his spots look more bold through the camera. Of course, Craig is doing all the hard work to make it look like that. I'm just sitting here enjoying it. It's so peaceful here. Let's just have a listen. There is a wealth of birds calling. A proper dusk chorus. As I said that, all the birds stopped calling. Nick, yes, I would think that those scars on his neck are definitely from necking. There's an oxpecker that's just landed. That was another thing Fatima wanted to see. But yes, I think those scars would be from necking. In that position, it looks as though a bull has kind of given him a roundabout swipe with the horns and just clipped the back of the neck. You can see there's also a fork-tailed drongo. It looks like that's landed there. Although I can't see that far, it may be a starling. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, thank you, Mr. Giraffe. It is getting quite dark now, though. I do love a lovely little peaceful giraffe sighting, especially in the drainage farm like that. That was a lucky spot. I haven't seen a giraffe in a while, so I always get quite mesmerized. I sit here in awe when I see a giraffe. Such tall animals, very graceful, and they look like they're walking in slow motion always. We are going to change over into infrared, everybody. You might see a little difference on the screen. Do I look different in infrared? I'm sure I do. Right, we're heading up towards quarantine. What we can find. We were having a really nice long chat earlier about what it's like being in the bush today and how Fatima's felt the whole time, and it was actually, I think I was pretty much on the verge of tears. I think Craig was also very close. I don't know if Craig was, but I know I was. Just saying, it's incredible to be here. The sightings that we had, especially Kalamba with her cubs and Ribbon being there, absolutely brilliant. There's something special about it, there definitely is. But it's a special day for me too, and I'm very grateful that I got to spend with Fatima. It's actually her birthday on Wednesday. Happy birthday. So this is a little birthday gift. Monarch, I think that was. It is very soothing for the soul. It's very, very soothing, and I think that's what's happened to most of us. It's even soothing to my soul when I'm on leave, I'm watching. And in fact, speaking of, I'm going on leave tomorrow. So this is a special day for me to share with Fatima before I go. Absolutely brilliant. And Falamba and Cubs on my last day. That's exciting. It's all about family. It's all about family. Families in the bush, families at home. I love it. Let's see what else we can find. I think it's a lovely evening to be listening.
Winter is coming. The plentiful lushness of summer will start to give way to a dry and dusty land. What does this mean for our WildEarth characters? As resources begin to dwindle, for predators it will become a time of plenty. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join Tessa and Ben for an exclusive and interactive fireside chat on the 27th of March straight after the Sunset Safari. They will be giving their insights into the drama that this dry season could bring. Spinning around in outer space, our planet gives life to the human race. Every day when Wild Earth is out on drive, we see our Earth's beauty. We see her alive. We need our planet, that is true, but our planet needs us too. Wild Earth will be celebrating Earth Day on the 22nd of April with a special safari live show.
The thing I love about Russ is that she's taking good care of us. She gets us to sightings, like we drive over big blocks.
The most memorable experience with Wendy was 2 nights ago. In fact, last night, when I had a flat tire right in the middle of the herd of 400 buffalo and had to change it right there and then. That was by far my most memorable experience with this trusty old girl.
The only tough experience on Rusty will be to forget to charge her.
Well, she's only broken down with me once, and it was basically just a loose steering rod that we fixed in the field.
We use big batteries to power up everything, so if it happens that you don't charge it, she'll die on you, eh?
Since then, she's treated me very well. She's taken me into a number of sightings, and it just seems to keep going.
I don't think very much compares to quarantine on a clear evening. It's not a clear sky, but it feels like a clear atmosphere. There's no breeze anymore. The air is clean. It's nice and cool. Everything is calm. I love it. I could spend hours here just watching what comes and goes. Well, this is where the impalas and the wildebeest were earlier. I'm wondering where they've gone. Maybe to the other side of quarantine, the far side. But I just want to have a listen for another 10 seconds because there were some wood hoopers that started to call, but I think they've gone to bed. Definitely gone to bed. It's that time of the evening, isn't it? Okay. Let's see if we can find any of the other life up on quarantine. Oh, thank you, Paul. Paul says happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Very polite, very kind. Thank you, Paul. Yes, it's very special. I don't think we could realistically ask for a lot more than what makes us happy on our birthdays. And I think based on your reactions today, I think we may have gotten that. Peaceful and happy. Is it possible that a massive herd of impalas teleported from here to somewhere else on the property? Maya, it's good to hear from you again. Yes, absolutely. I'm so happy that you got to join us for it. I think it was a fantastic afternoon. We got so spoiled with Mamba and her cubs, and some elephants, all of the good things. Ribbon, of course, bouncing in as well. We really had a wonderful afternoon. wonder if we'll have any last minute finds today, or if the universe is going to let us just take it with calmness. I feel like it tends to do that when we've had a really action-packed day. Kind of reminds us and helps us just calm down a bit with a very calm evening and kind of let it soak in. Yoli, let me find out. What are your highlights for the drive, Fatima?
Without a doubt, Lumber and the two cubs.
The Lumber and the cubs.
Yeah,
I don't blame you. I think they were adorable.
adorable.
I wish you could have all seen her reaction all the time, because even just seeing the Hyena Den, even if it was empty, is enough to bring forward a lot of emotion. I wish you were all here with us so that you could see it, but hopefully at some point you get to come out as well. Right, I'm going to stop here again. It's good for the soul, I agree. It's fantastic for the soul. So we're just going to stop here and have another little listen. We've only got a few minutes left, unfortunately. So we're going to just take it in. Instead of driving around, we'll take it in, soak it up, and appreciate the day that we've had. Deep breaths. We're all audibly taking in a sigh right now. It's a fantastic evening, and of course we're all excited for everything. Fatima's birthday, my family coming out from the UK. I'm sure Craig is excited that I'm going on leave. No, he's laughing at me. Sorry, Craig. I like giving him a bit of nonsense, but it's been an absolutely brilliant afternoon. Thank you all for coming with us, and Fatima, thank you for coming with us. It's been such a glorious day.
Amazing, really. It's so good for my soul.
Oh, it's good for everybody's soul, I think. It's been absolutely brilliant. But this is not the end for tonight, everybody. As much as it is time to say goodnight for Safari Live, don't forget about our wonderful fireside chat coming up tonight. That'll be just after our evening safari. Myself, Ben and Kelly are looking forward to seeing you there. But what a brilliant day, reliving a few moments with Lumber and the cubs, Ribbon, the elephants, the lapwings, everything else in between. It's been fantastic. So thank you for having a fun time with us, and we hope that you'll be with us again at the Fireside Chat. And wherever you are in the world, good morning, good night, good afternoon. But have a lovely time, and we'll see you later and again in the morning.
Gwen, do you
I'll
copy
have a
me?
water, please.
Water.
Yes, please. Without. Thank you.
Hello, Gwen. Gwen. The
When
mic
does
pack is
sausage-
on.
Mic pack is on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
When does sausage trees flower?
Kelly, could you? 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Coming. Water for you, miss.
Hey, darling.
Welcome. Hi.
You're in sync.
I'm in sync. No.
When do sausage trees flower? Do they flower wintry, don't they? What? When do sausage trees flower?
Tessa counts to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. Did I say anything untoward on the radio when I sat on it?
Yeah, I could hear pretty much every word for a long time.
Kelly, just count to 10 again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, there's some water. Much better.
Hasn't she got to count me in?
Yeah, she's just waiting for the image to get there.
How's my posture, G?
Flowers appear with the leaves from August to December. Kudu lily. Oh, that says during autumn.
You can't see my paper here, Grete.
No, you're good.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ben. Welcome to our fireside chat for this month. With me this evening, I've got the fabulous Kelly and Tessa. And this evening's topic, we are going to be discussing the impending winter that is going to envelop the bush shortly. We are coming to you slightly earlier this month, of course, because we've had to change our times as the length of day is getting shorter now, and obviously we want to bring you the best possible action from out there in the bush. But there is definitely a chill in the air. We're feeling it in the mornings, and that beautiful lush green that we've associated with.
The 27th of March marks the change in season, whether you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. This means that the African sun will wake up a little bit later in the morning and go to bed a little bit earlier in the evening. To make sure that we get the best views of our favorite characters, WildEarth will change the time of Penguin Beach, and we'll be waddling on 1 hour earlier.
I think there's just so many wonderful things about elephants, and because they've got large space requirements, when you're conserving elephants, you're automatically conserving all the other smaller species that share the landscape with them. In 1996, my mother and I started drawing individual elephant ear patterns, so that's the margin of the ears.
Elephants Alive is a South African-based NGO that conducts research on elephants and works where elephants go. Elephants have taken us from South Africa to Zimbabwe, Mozambique and Eswatini as they forge vital corridors connecting protected areas at landscape level.
We've been going for 25 years, collaring elephants, developing individual elephant IDs, and we've also got a really big project where we protect large trees from elephant impact. And then we've also got various community outreach.
Our aim is to ensure the survival of elephants and their habitats and to promote harmonious coexistence between elephants and people.
Right, so Marips has found himself a puff adder that he's busy playing with, which is dangerous. I've seen leopards die from puff adder bites. I think he got hit on the paw. So he's obviously taken snakes on before. But at what cost, Marips?
Identifying individual African penguins can be extremely challenging because at first glance, they all look the same. Identifying Duo, an African penguin with a double breastband, was extremely exciting for me. Less than 5% of the African penguin population has this unique variation in plumage. And I can't wait to share Duo's life with everyone on WildEarth.
Some beautiful images there showing you how the bush is going to change from those vibrant greens to that sort of dust bowl of winter. But Tessa, how do you feel, or do you feel there are any animals or any of our characters out here that particularly like or prefer winter months or dislike it?
I think there's definitely some that would prefer it. It would be easier for them to survive, and some that maybe not. If you're looking at maybe migratory bird species, they don't really like the winter. But if we're looking at our particular characters, maybe a herd of elephants like Fangs, I think they would find it a lot easier in winter to keep themselves cool because they actually struggle more in the summer in terms of keeping their body temperature at the right level. But in terms of vegetation, then they might have a little bit more of a struggle, moving further for water, having to expand their diet to include things that maybe wouldn't be included as much in summer. They might struggle a bit more. And things like the predators, there's more food around, so, you know, it's easier chance of hunting. Maybe they would prefer it.
Certainly makes sense. Kelly, anything you want to add there?
I would say I'd probably be inclined to agree. It all depends on the animal and what their different requirements are. I think, was it Chris's chameleon was called Fred?
Could have been.
Probably,
yes, Fred the chameleon.
Probably
yes.
not so keen on the winter. These cold-blooded animals struggle to keep warm. Some of the smaller mammals, your little mice and things like that, might struggle a little bit with generating body heat. But no, I think, Tessa, I agree completely.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. The predators particularly, they're going to be looking forward to a veritable feast, I think, over the coming months as the other animals are struggling and taking more chances. But speaking of that, what about sort of game viewing in general? Kelly, how do you think that the game viewing is going to change over the next few months as we roll into winter?
I think it is going to change. I mean, in my short time in Djuma, absolutely stunning sightings throughout. But I do think purely, if nothing else, from a visibility point of view, a leopard or a hyena could be laying flat in the grass 4 or 5 meters off the road and we would drive straight past it. So with that little bit less grass, we would be able to have better visibility. Things in trees, we're going to be able to see them more clearly with less leaves on the trees. So I think game viewing from a personal perspective, I think probably will improve.
Yeah, I think we've all driven past leopards, lions, hyenas many times, not wanting to admit it sometimes, I guess, but I agree. I think also in terms of being able to see further, we can see further. There's less brush, but on top of that, what I particularly enjoy is that animals are having to move further for water. So at some point you're going to find their tracks because they're having to move to find water. There's no little puddles anywhere. You're reliant on that water, and so you move to find it. And so we end up seeing a lot more animals around water holes and finding their tracks a lot easier too.
Great, I agree with both of you completely. We've had a question. Thank you very much, Marcy. Marcy would like to know whether that's going to bring back the bush babies. Tess, if you want to have any opinion on that for Marcy?
I think that's actually something I haven't really thought about, Marcy. I've definitely always seen more bush babies in winter, but again, it's just my family holidays. We know that they're really common in the area that we go on holiday in that particular part of the Kruger Park. But I would think it might bring more bush babies because they'll be looking for food more readily than they would in summer. And so we might see them more. They're here, but it's so thick that we don't often get a chance to see them. Where in winter, because it's more open, we see them bouncing around. So it's probably more easy to see them.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep, I completely agree, Marcy. Visibility. All it takes is for a little bush baby to turn its head while we're looking, and the eyes are just gone. So I think we do have more chance of seeing in the winter.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Again, with them supplementing their diet with acacia gum and other things with less insects around, hopefully they will be more visible. We had another question from Painted Leopard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Painted Leopard would like to know, Kelly, maybe you can answer this. What mammal do you think will be find it most difficult in winter, will be mostly affected by these cooler conditions?
What mammal? Painted leopard, just on instinct, I would say elephants. They're huge. They need to eat a lot. And with less vegetation available, they have to spend more time feeding, they have to move further. So I'm going purely on a size basis. Maybe elephants. Tess?
I mean, I would have almost gone extreme opposite and said something really tiny like a bushveld gerbil, because it would struggle to keep warm, but at the same time it's going to find food easier. So everything has its own balance and scale, and to get that balance right is different for each animal. So it's really tough to predict, actually. They're all done very well because they're all successful and still here, so I don't think any of them truly struggle that much if they're still around.
I was also thinking perhaps something like the impalas are going to be pregnant as well, and of course they're going to have to struggle to find more food. A lot of our antelope species being pregnant during the winter months, that they're also going to be under a lot of stress for that fetal development as well. So yeah, it's going to be difficult for all of the mammals. Sorry, Gwen, I did hear another question come through there. I just missed it. Would you mind repeating it, please? Thank you, Alicia. Alicia is asking, thank you very much for the question, whether some animals migrate away from South Africa during the winter. Kelly, anything you can think of off the top of your head?
Birds. Off the top of my head, birds. We have lots of migratory species. They're probably due to leave. They all sort of stagger that they don't all leave on the same day. Big meeting of birds, and suddenly poof, they've all gone.
Traffic jams.
Traffic jams, yeah. So my instinct straight away is birds. Lots of birds will leave, go on holiday for their warmer conditions elsewhere.
Yeah, I think also, bearing in mind, it used to be very different a good few years ago to what it is now, because animals naturally had a massive migration everywhere, and now they can't, because obviously all the natural areas are staggered. There's no gaps in between. So, yeah, it's a bit tougher.
Awesome, thank you, Alicia, for that one. But of course, it's not just the game viewing that's going to change. We're going to see a vast change in the vegetation as well, from the greens that we've seen, and everything's going to start dying off now. And we've got a little clip for you, which will hopefully illustrate some of the changes that we're going to see over the coming months.
We had very consistent light rain, which is actually better for the vegetation. So as much as the grass looks quite dry, and it certainly has dried up quite a bit, there are still some very thick green patches. And that's because the rain really had a chance to seep in quite nicely. So, I mean, is it ever really sufficient rain out here? It's a tough question to answer, because we have been in very serious droughts. So I don't know if we'll ever have truly sufficient rain all the time. We did have a lot. There are still pans everywhere. There's still nice greenery. The vegetation itself is the thickest it's been in probably 8-9 years.
Obviously, the greener the grass, the better the nutrition in it. And it will just extend the good grazing period for grazers until it really gets to midwinter, when everything is dry.
Okay, so you can clearly see from there that a lot of the grass species are certainly going to be dying out. It's going to put a lot more pressure on the grazing animals. But Tessa, what sort of other vegetation changes can we expect over the coming months, other than the grass dying off?
Well, I think that, plus adding the fact that almost everything else almost dies off as well. So if we're looking at any scene that we could see, Twin Dams, Treehouse Dam, quarantine, not only is the grass going to die away, but the trees are losing their leaves already. The marilla trees are almost bare at this point. So pretty much everything you can see except one or two of the evergreens is going to die back, and we're going to see stems, a lot of brown, a lot of, very dry plant matter. And so that in itself is a massive change, because now we can all of a sudden see everything where there used to be leaves before, there's nothing. So it's a massive adjustment for the animals and for us.
Kelly, anything you want to add?
I agree. Leaves, grasses, everything will. I said on drive today, I don't like the word die, it makes me sad. So retreat to other areas. The energy retreats to different places. But yeah, I agree completely with Tess that big changes everywhere, very quickly as well.
Even the drainage lines, yes, there's more water left there, but eventually it runs out too. It starts to dry up.
I think also the other thing that I'm going to really sort of miss is that injection of colour, not only from the greens, but the flowers that we get during the spring and the summer. Winter is a fairly desolate time of browns and dust, and there's not much injection of colour, apart from the impala lilies, of course, which we look forward to seeing. But speaking of the other animal species that we get, of course, our bread and butter here is bringing our audience incredible game viewing. And we have to find those animals often by tracking them. So do you think, Kelly, there's going to be any difference or any more difficulties or any changes in the way we're going to be able to track animals over the coming winter months?
I personally think it's going to become significantly easier. Firstly, visibility. There are also areas that we can't get to either follow on foot or follow in vehicles, because we can't see. Whether it's from a running over logs perspective, or we need good, clear visibility. So I think Can't imagine anyone would say anything but it's going to get easier. What do you think, Tess?
Yeah, no, I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head there, but also adding in, again, what I said earlier, with the lack of water, animals have to move. So just the initial chance of finding a track is going to be much higher than it is in summer, where there's water everywhere. Animals don't have to move far. So the chance of bumping into their tracks are quite small. And so then it becomes easier to follow if you've got a starting point. Of course, we'll start somewhere. But the other thing to remember is if the grass is dying, and an animal walks off the road into the grass, it bends the grass, and sometimes the grass even snaps. It becomes easy to see a trail off the road, which is easier than in summer because the grass is quite resilient, it's strong, it bounces back. So it also becomes easier off the road and not just on the road.
And I guess with that nice soft sand as well, sometimes after rain, everything goes muddy, everything goes hard, but nice soft sand, you can
pick up a track.
So you're saying the tracking is going to be easier, so we're expecting some great sightings.
Absolutely, I'm excited.
We have another question from Alicia. Thank you very much, Alicia. Alicia would like to know what animals might be at the biggest risk of dying of starvation over winter. I don't know if either of you have an opinion on that. Tessa, maybe? See your cogs.
They're all burning. I can feel the smoke coming out my ears at the moment. No, that's just the fire. Again, I would think something big like an elephant. You know, because if you don't have enough water and they've already in winter got to adapt their diet, it's no longer majority grass, it's now leaves, roots, bark of trees, a little bit of grass where they can find it, it's tubers, everything that's there. It's a lot more difficult to find those things as opposed to an elephant shrew which can eat an insect and it'll be fine. So again, I'm leaning towards the bigger ones like Kelly said earlier, but if any of them truly struggled, they wouldn't be here. So it's a little bit of a tough one to answer. I don't know. What do you think?
I've observed in a reserve I used to work in, the kudu used to get very poor.
Yeah.
And we found a couple of dead kudu in the very harsh drought of winter.
Yeah, I guess because they're browsers, but there's no more browse.
You know, there's other browsers, but I don't know why the kudu would be more effective than anything else. I'm not sure.
Yeah, also the warthogs. Don't forget the warthogs, because you know, they do like to eat the roots of the grass, and if there really is no nutrients left, then warthogs are also one of the first animals that really suffer.
The 27th of March marks the change of season, whether you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. That also means that the sun rises a little later and goes to bed a little earlier. To make sure we get the best views of our favorite characters for WildEarth, we'll be changing our safari times here at Safari Live. We'll be live 1 hour later for our sunrise safari and 1 hour earlier for our sunset safari.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust is among Southern Africa's largest and most established non-governmental conservation organizations. Our strategic vision centers on saving species, conserving habitats, and benefiting people. In 2021, the EWT secured habitats, reintroduced African wild dogs and cheetahs into reserves across Southern Africa, and created vulture-safe zones to reduce major threats to vultures, such as poisoning and electrocution. On the 3rd of March 2022, we celebrate World Wildlife Day under the theme Recovering Key Species from Ecosystem Restoration. Standing strong alongside our partners, donors, supporters and friends, the EWT staff have achieved remarkable gains for conservation. Thank you for helping us protect forever together.
But I think that's him. I think that's the one I must. Okay, this is getting serious now. I knew there was going to be trouble. Too many bulls and must over one herd.
I am here at Jacuzzi, where Cheeky the African penguin was identified for the first time on the 20th of January 2022. And Cheeky can be distinguished from the other African penguins by its broad black breastband, as well as its beautiful black spots along its belly. My favorite distinguishing feature of this African penguin is its beautiful white cheeks. Join me here at Penguin Beach daily to learn more about this African.
See something like that easily.